What is going on, guys? My name is Bucky Roberts and welcome to your very first JavaScript tutorial. Now, for those of you who have no idea what JavaScript is basically a scripting language used to make web pages more interactive. So, for example, if you have a web page and you maybe want to add a calculator to it, or maybe you want to put a quiz on it, or maybe you just want to have a navigation bar with some cool rollover buttons. Well, in order to do this, you need to use a special language called JavaScript, and that's what I'm going to be teaching you guys. But before we begin and we start typing JavaScript, you guys need a couple of things first. The first thing you need is a text editor. Now, any text editor will work fine, but I'm going to use one called Notepad++. Now, if you don't have this, you can go ahead, Google, download it. It's actually free, and it's actually the one I recommend. It's the best. It's awesome. Again, Notepad++. Go ahead, type that into Google, and you'll be good to go. Another thing that you guys are going to need is a knowledge of XHTML, and that's what this is right here. If you guys don't know how to create a basic web page in XHTML, then you need to watch that series first. I made a XHTML and CSS tutorial series before this, so if you don't know how to create a basic web page, go ahead and watch that. It's on my YouTube channel as well as on my website, thenewboston.com. So anyways, once you have those two things, then welcome to the world of JavaScript. So let's go ahead and for all you guys, let's begin. Let me take a deep breath and get ready, and let's go. So, like I said, JavaScript is something that you add to web pages in order to make it more interactive. So, just like everything else in XHTML, you need to add JavaScript through the use of tags. Now, the tag for JavaScript is called script, script. And now, let me mention this. In the internet, there are a lot of different scripts that you can add to web pages. There's JavaScript. Actually, there's like 50 different types of scripting languages. JavaScript is just one of them. So when our browser comes across this code, we need to tell it explicitly that we're going to be working with JavaScript. So in order to tell our browser that, we need to give it an attribute called type, and we set this equal to text/JavaScript. Go ahead and end that, and go ahead and add an ending script tag. And in between these tags is where you're going to be typing all of your JavaScript code. So that is JavaScript code. It's not really, but that's my example. And in between here, like I said, all of our coding is going to be done. So let's go ahead and actually let's write a real simple program right now. Go ahead and copy me document.write, and inside parentheses with a semicolon at the end, add quotation marks and write like, hey now, brown cow. Now, I know you guys don't understand with this document, right, why we had parentheses or why we even have a semicolon at the end, but for now, I just want to make sure that JavaScript is set up in your browser and you're able to run it. So let's go ahead and save this, and go ahead and you can press run, launch in Chrome, launch in IE, launch it in whatever browser you want. So let me go ahead and move this back and check out what we got. Hey now, brown cow. So as you can see, JavaScript is working in my browser. If anything like that pops up in your browser, that means that, well, you're probably at school and they tried to block YouTube or something, so they probably took JavaScript off your browsers. But anyways, make sure that you have JavaScript set up. So if you see this, that means you're good to go. If you get an error message or don't see this at all, that means that it's not working in your browser and you need to fix that. So with that being said, let me mention one more thing. A lot of the older browsers, like, when they first started making the internet and web pages, a lot of the browsers didn't understand JavaScript. Their main job was just to understand a basic HTML web page. So whenever they try to read a program like this, it's just going to come across them and be like, whoa, what the heck is this? I don't know, so I'm just going to go ahead and type out whatever in there. And we want hey now brown cow to type out on our webpage. We don't want this whole long string of text right here. So if it's typing out something weird or something other than hey now brown cow, that may be the issue, is that you have an older browser and it doesn't understand what JavaScript is. So anyways, if you know that you're going to be making a web page using JavaScript, and a lot of people with older computers are going to be looking at it, or if you know that your viewers have older browsers, you might want to add a little safety check. In order to protect against older browsers from trying to read this JavaScript, go ahead and put the greater than sign, or is that the less than sign? I think that's a less than sign. Exclamation point minus minus, and when you're done with your JavaScript, go ahead and press forward slash minus minus greater than sign. Now, whenever older browsers come across this, it's going to think that this is just a comment and it's just going to ignore it basically. So go ahead and save this and refresh and see what we get. You can see that since this is a new browser, it's going to know not to ignore it, and it's going to be smart enough to know that this is indeed JavaScript. But if I had an old browser, it wouldn't type anything at all. So that's a nice little safety check that you can use against older browsers. It's going to work with or without it, but for the sake of this tutorial, since I know that I'm going to be using a new browser, I'm going to go ahead and delete them because, I mean, we only have so much space here, and that's just taking up space. But anyways, it's common practice, or it's good practice to include those whenever you're typing JavaScript. So I'm not, but you might want to. Personal preference. So anyways, well, that's probably all I need to teach you guys for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, we're probably going to be talking about comments and variables. So anyways, go ahead and, just get JavaScript set up. Go ahead and include these tags and make sure that you, try to test out this line of code. And trust me, I know you guys don't understand what's going on right now, but now that you're set up, you're ready to move on to the next tutorial. So anyways, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to my videos, and I will see you guys, in the next tutorial. What is up, guys? It's Bucky and welcome back to your second JavaScript tutorial. And in this tutorial, I want to start out by talking to you guys about something called comments. Now, if you're familiar with XHTML, you know that sometimes you can leave comments to yourself. And if you guys don't know what a comment is basically a line of text or a line of code that your browser ignores completely. So why would you want to leave these comments in your code, and why are they useful? Well, a comment is basically just like a sticky note or a reminder telling you to do something like maybe edit a line of code or add something else to your web page. It's going to be a line that your browser just ignores, just so just so the programmer or whoever created the web page can follow along easier. So go ahead and in order to add a comment in JavaScript, go ahead and press forward slash and then type comment goes here. Now whenever you go ahead and run your web page, save it and run it, you see that nothing happens because your browser knows to ignore that was just a comment, maybe a little reminder that you're just doing something, so just forget about it. It pretends like it isn't even there. So anyways, like I said, it's just like basically a little sticky note to yourself. But if you're saying, alright, that's good for one line of code, but what if you have a longer comment? What if you want to leave a comment that's like, alright, go ahead, edit this web page, and wash my dog, then go to eBay and buy some items, and then, finish this web page, yada yada yada, yada yada yada. Well, you need more than a single line comment, and you need something called a multi-line comment. So in order to leave a multi-line comment, go ahead and write /*, and then after this write, this is comment, yada yada, go buy stuff on eBay, yada yada yada. And then in order to end it, go ahead and press */. Now I wrote 2 lines, but you can have as many lines as you want. So that's the difference between writing a comment on a single line and writing one over multiple lines. It just depends on how long your comment is, basically. So go ahead and delete all your comments. And now that we're done with that, let me tell you guys the basics behind not only JavaScript, but every single computer programming language. A computer program is just, at the core, it's just going to follow instructions. For example, if you wanted to tell your friend how to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, you would say, step number 1, get out the bread. Step number 2, put peanut butter on one piece. Step number 3, put jelly on one piece. Step number 4, put it in your mouth. So, just like a computer program, it's going to follow instructions step by step. Now, each instruction is called a statement. Now, every statement is going to end in a semicolon. So we already saw one of these statements right here, and that's how to print things out on a screen, and that's document.write. Now that's why we ended it with a semicolon, and in order to print something on the screen, we just add those quotation marks and write like, I love ham. So whenever we save this, it's going to see that, alright, print something out on the screen. That's my one job. I go ahead and I printed it out on the screen. And if we have another instruction under this, let's just go ahead and print something else out. Copy and paste it. I love ham, and I love bacon too. So it's going to say, alright, print out I love ham. That's instruction number 1. Print out I love bacon too. That's instruction number 2. And notice that each instruction ends with a semicolon. And again, these are called statements. So let's go ahead and save this, refresh it, and see. It said I love ham, and then it told me to do I love bacon, and then bam, computer programming is over. So that's the basics behind every single computer program. It just starts at the top, it does all your statements, and then it ends. How simple is that? So, well, I guess that's all I want to give you guys for this tutorial, because the next subject is kind of a lengthy one, and it's going to take a whole video to learn. But remember, in order to leave a comment, you need either 2 forward slashes for a single line, or that / asterisk / if you want to leave a comment over multiple lines. And all a computer program does is it goes line by line, aka statement by statement, as long as they end with a semicolon, and it does this, then this, until it gets to the end of your script. So we're saying, alright, do the first thing, do the second thing, and then end. So that's basically how a computer program works. So in the next tutorial, I'm going to be teaching you probably the biggest, most important concept behind computer programming, and that is called variables. So it's going to be a super important tutorial. You definitely want to check it out, and it's definitely going to help you understand JavaScript so much more. So thank you guys for watching this one, and I'll see you in that video. What is up, guys? Welcome to your third JavaScript tutorial, and as promised, in this tutorial, I want to talk to you guys about a huge concept in JavaScript, probably the most important concept that you guys need to learn, and that is the use of variables. So go ahead and try to remember all the way back to like 5th grade algebra class until you first learned about variables. Now, if you can't remember, here's a little refresher. In order to use a variable, or what a variable basically is you take something like the letter X and you set it equal to something else like the word ham. And then when your math teacher wrote something like I love X, or X comes from a pig, you understood that this meant I love ham, and ham comes from a pig. That is because X and ham were basically the same thing. So that is pretty much what a variable is. It's just a fancy word for a placeholder. A variable is a placeholder, holds the place of something else. And let me go ahead and delete that first of all. So in JavaScript, we use variables a whole bunch, and we use them kind of in the same way, but a little bit different. Now, in order to tell JavaScript that we're going to be working with a variable, we need to write the keyword var. This tells JavaScript, alright, you ready for this? We are about to make a variable. You need to include that. The next thing that you write is the name of your variable. I'm just going to go ahead and name my variable X, but you can name it whatever you want. So after this, you go ahead and write the equal sign. Now, the equal sign is called the assignment operator. Technically, like if you're learning this because you have a JavaScript class and you're trying to refresh on JavaScript, and he says, alright, what's the equal sign called in JavaScript? You need to say it's the assignment operator. But other than that, in these tutorials, I'm just going to say equal sign because, it's a whole lot easier. But anyways, you write var, the name of your variables, the assignment operator or equal sign, and then you write what you want your variable to equal. So go ahead and just write like 23 or something. Write any value in there. And then, of course, like every single statement in JavaScript, we have to end it with a semicolon. So you're saying, alright, why is a variable useful? What can I do with variables? Well, a variable is useful for many reasons. I mean, already we know how to print something out on the screen. So go ahead and write document.write, and then inside your parentheses, instead of putting quotation marks in a line of text that it'll print out, go ahead and delete everything and just go ahead and write your variable. And check this out. Go ahead and save this and refresh it and see what we get. 23, just like that. So as you can see that it pretty much, this is what JavaScript is understanding. Alright, you're making a variable called x and you're setting it equal to 23. So now whenever I come across the term x in my program, I know that to substitute it for 23. So if you're saying, alright Bucky, you probably could just wrote 23 in here and it would have printed out just fine. So why go through the trouble of writing x? Well, when you're building computer programs, you don't just have it occur one time. You might have 1,000 different lines of code that include the term x. So you can either type out the word, or excuse me, the number 23 each time, or you can just go ahead up here, change it one time, and it's automatically going to change in all of your code for you. So anyways, it's going to save you a bunch of time, and it's also useful for different reasons that I don't want to talk about right now, or else it would just confuse you. But anyways, that is what a variable is, how to make it, and how it's useful. Another thing I want to mention is, go ahead and delete this, is I said you can name your variable anything you want, but I kind of lied, just a little bit. The first thing I want to mention is this. Variables are case sensitive, and I mean that in, if we go ahead and try to type a capital X up here and refresh it and see what happens, we get nothing on our screen. That's because a lowercase x is different than an uppercase x. The variable named Bucky, or excuse me, let me type that. The variable named Bucky is different than this, B-U-C-K-Y. Even though they're spelled the same, if you try to run it, you're going to get nothing again because it looks at it as two different variables. So make sure that if a variable might be messing up, that means that you might have capitalized something that you shouldn't have capitalized. Another thing I want to mention is you just can't, use any symbols and letters you want. You need to start your variable name with a letter or an underscore. So since Bucky starts with a letter, you can also start it with an underscore. That would be valid, but you can't start it with like and or a percentage sign or anything like that. It needs to start with an underscore or a letter. Another thing is that the other characters in your variable name must be letters, numbers, or underscores. For example, you can't have like Bucky percent dollar sign 2 at sign. That variable doesn't make sense at all. Basically, just use letters, numbers, and underscores, and you'll be fine. And lastly, I want to talk to you guys is that the most difficult thing to remember is that your variables can't start with numbers. For example, if you have variable 6 Bucky equals 32 and you try to run this program, it's not going to work out because your variables can't start with numbers. That's probably the most forgotten rule, but I needed to tell you guys. So whenever I said that you can name your variable anything you want, I kind of lied. You just have to remember these simple rules. It has to begin with a letter or an underscore, and only use letters, numbers, and underscores. You can't use dollar signs, spaces, percent signs, at signs. You can't use any of those. And if you follow those simple rules, you'll be good to go. So now that we understand what a basic variable is and how it's useful in computer programming, we can go on and move to our next tutorial. And in the next tutorial, I'm going to be teaching you guys about the different types of variables, and trust me, it's going to be extremely useful. So anyways, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you in the next video. What is up, everyone? Welcome back to your 4th JavaScript tutorial, and in this tutorial I'm going to be talking to you guys about all the different types of variables that we can use when working with JavaScript. So the first type I want to talk to you guys about is what I showed you guys before, and that's just basic numbers. So go ahead and let's make a variable. I'm going to call my tuna because I love tuna, why not, and set it equal to your favorite number. Mine is 20. And then go ahead, and this is a statement, so we need to end it with a semicolon, and then on the next line, let's go ahead and print this out. So if you remember that the way that we print out things in JavaScript is document dot write, and then inside parentheses we go ahead and write the variable name, which is tuna, and then go ahead and press semicolon. And now whenever we see it on our web page, it prints out that variable. So we can see already that you can set numbers equal to variables, but what you didn't know is that you can also set numbers with decimal points equal to variables. So go ahead and add a decimal point to your number, save it, and then go ahead and see what happens. So aside with whole real numbers, JavaScript can also work with decimals as well. And if you're wondering this, alright, can JavaScript also work with negative numbers? Well, let's go ahead and see. Go ahead and type a negative number in there, and yes, it's true, my friends. JavaScript can handle negative numbers perfectly. So basically any number that you would want to work with in computer programming, JavaScript can handle. So now that we cover numbers, let's go to the next thing, and that is text. Now, text in JavaScript and in all computer programming languages is actually called strings. Why they named it that, I don't know. Maybe it's because a string of letters put together. Who knows? Don't blame me, blame whoever made JavaScript. But anyways, if you want to set a variable equal to a string of text, go ahead and set it equal to quotation marks, and then go ahead and type your text in here. Now go ahead and save this and see what happens. It prints out whatever text was in there. So again, if you ever want to set a variable equal to, a sentence or a word or just a little bit of text, you need to add those double quotation marks. And the reasoning behind that is if you set it equal to something like tuna equals text and you don't have the quotation marks, JavaScript is going to think that you have a variable right here and you're trying to set it equal to another variable called text. So that is why you need your quotation marks to say, no, this isn't another variable, it's actually a word or a sentence or something like that. So once you do this, it'll work fine. Basically, don't forget to include the quotation marks. So now a little problem pops up, and that's what if you're want to have a variable and set it equal to a saying or something like John said, boy do I love Bessie. Well, whoa, why is stuff turning blue? And anyways, let's go ahead and save this and see what we want. It doesn't work at all, and the reasoning behind this is because your entire string of text needs to be in between quotation marks. So it's going to say, alright, you have tuna, you have a quotation mark here, you have your ending quotation mark here, and this is what I'm going to set equal to. But what the heck is all this stuff if you already gave me two quotation marks? Well, actually, JavaScript's not smart enough to know that this is a saying and that this is actually part of the variable. So in order to tell JavaScript that, alright, these quotation marks here are supposed to be inside the variable itself, we need to add something called an escape character. Now what an escape character does is it takes the next character and it pretty much treats it as a regular piece of text. So this and this are escape characters. Now JavaScript knows that this and this are the two quotation marks, and everything in between here is just going to be basically your variable. So go ahead and save this, and now we get our quotation marks to pop up. John said, boy do I love Bessie, and he really does. By the way, Bessie's a cow, not a regular cow like a dairy cow. I'm not making fun of anyone here. But anyways, on with this tutorial. So anyways, if you ever need to escape something, then that is that's the symbol you use, a backslash. So there are different things that we need to escape, but I'll teach you guys those as we come across them. Now let's go ahead and delete all this, and let me talk to you guys about two different types of variables. So we already learned about numbers and we already learned about text, aka strings. So there are two other types of variables that I want to talk to you guys about, and the first one is called Boolean or Boolean, however you say it, and that's the word true and the world I keep saying world, like the earth, and the word false. Now, I'm not going to go over Boolean right now, but just remember that they have special meaning in JavaScript. So that's why whenever you might be looking at a program and it says true or false, then that is how you make a Boolean. But again, don't even worry about it right now. I shouldn't have even said anything. But now that I'm going to confuse it, I might as well mention this. The fourth type of variable is called null, and whenever you set something equal to null, it means that it has no value at all, and this is different than 0. It's completely different than 0 or 0.0. Null is pretty much like an empty variable, and again, just with true and false, you'll be seeing what these do later on, but for now, I just wanted to cover all the different types of variables, so I had to include it. But anyways, I didn't mean to confuse you. Just remember that you can use numbers, and if you use letters, then go ahead and put them in between quotation marks. So once you understand that, we're ready to move on to the next tutorial. So anyways, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to watch the next tutorial, and I'll see you guys later. What is up, guys? Welcome back to your 5th JavaScript tutorial, and in this tutorial I'm going to be teaching you guys how to use variables with a string of text in your program. So it's going to be awesome, and it's actually really helpful in understanding how these programs work, and trust me, you're going to use this a lot whenever you're programming JavaScript. So let's go ahead and, well, enough of me talking. Let's go ahead and get started. So the first thing that we need is two variables. Go ahead and make a variable called name, and just set it equal to, of course, whatever your name is, Bucky. And go ahead and make another variable called like age or something, and set this equal to your age. I'm 24, so of course I'm going to set mine to 24. So we already know that we can use document.write to basically write things out on the screen. So we can either write name, and if we go ahead and print this out, it says Bucky, or we could have went ahead and printed out age, and it will print out 24. But what if we wanted to include this within a bigger string of text? Well, in order to do that, you need to use the addition operator, aka the plus sign, and you write the addition, and this sticks it to whatever string of text you're trying to type out. So for example, it says Bucky is my name. So go ahead and it's going to treat this as the word Bucky, and it's going to add it with this string. So let's go ahead and just see it. Now it says Bucky is my name. Simple enough. So anyways, whenever you want to write a variable inside a string of text, you just can't, write something like this. You just can't go ahead and write name is my name, or else check it out. It's going to say name is my name. If you want to treat that as the variable, you need to put it outside the quotation marks, and you need to stick it together with that plus sign, and then it works perfectly. And not only can you do this before, but say you want to write something after, like Bucky is my name and my age is plus age. So again, not only can you do this before your text, but you can also do it after, and check it out. Bucky is my name and my age is 24. So easy enough. That is how you use variables alongside strings of text whenever you're trying to write out stuff. So let's go ahead and delete all this, and let's go ahead and make some new variables. Let's go ahead and make a variable named tuna and set this equal to I am a fish, and then go ahead and make another variable called bacon and set this equal to baconator, and then go ahead and add one more called I only got like two things. Why do I think of tuna and bacon all the time? Anytime I make a variable, I made like 1,000 tutorials, and I swear I only made like 2 variables, tuna, bacon, and ham. So heck it, might as well include ham and set this equal to hamburglar. Make sure it's spelled wrong or else it won't work. So anyways, we have 3 variables right now, and we already know that we can stick them on a string of text. But what you didn't know, or maybe you did, is that you can also stick them alongside one another. So tuna, bacon, plus ham. And whenever we try to print this out, it's going to give us I'm a fish baconator hamburglar. So let's go ahead and see that. I'm a fish baconator hamburglar? It doesn't make any sense at all, and I probably should have picked something that did make sense. But hey, this is just an example. Who the heck cares? So anyways, that's what I wanted to teach you guys in this tutorial about that addition sign. And whenever you're working with variables or strings of text, you need to include that addition sign, or else it's not going to work. So again, that's all I want to teach you guys for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, we're going to be diving a little deeper into JavaScript and going over some more advanced topics. But trust me, they're going to be easy to follow along with, and just stick with me. In no time, you'll be a JavaScript pro. So anyways, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget, if you have any questions, just go to my forum, thenewboston.com/forum, and if I don't answer them for you, someone else will. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you guys later. What is up, guys? Welcome to your 6th JavaScript tutorial, and in this tutorial I'm going to be talking to you guys about something called functions. Now, a function is basically a mini program. It's a mini program that you can use anytime you want throughout your JavaScripting. For example, if you're making YouTube, they probably have a function to play the video whenever you hit the play button. They have a function to pause the video whenever you hit the pause button. They have a function to add a vote to the thumbs up whenever you click the thumbs up button. So as you can see, a function can be called not only as soon as the web page loads, but it can be called anytime you want. So let's go ahead and make a function right now. In order to make a function, you first type the name, well, let's give us some space. Type the name function. This tells JavaScript, alright, we're about to make a function. Now after this, you give a name to your function. I'm going to name mine funky because this function is funky. Now after this, you add two little parentheses. I'm not going to be talking about these yet, but these are called your parameters. So we'll just ignore these for now until the next tutorial. And then after these, you add two little curly braces. Now inside the curly braces is where you're going to be putting all of your JavaScript code. All of the code you put in here, all the statements, is the code that it's going to run whenever you want to use your function. So if you're making that YouTube page, whenever they clicked the play button, you would play the video now. So anyways, you can see that this is the code that we want to happen whenever they call that function, aka whenever the user wants to use that function. So let's go ahead and in our function, we'll make it do something really simple. Let's go ahead and make a pop-up appear on our screen. So making pop-ups is really easy in JavaScript. All you need to do is write the name alert, and this means make a pop-up on the screen. Now inside the parentheses for this, you write what you want to appear in the box. So just go ahead and write like ouch or something like that. Now whenever this function is used, a pop-up is going to appear on our screen and it's going to say ouch. So let's go ahead and use the function right now. So in order to use a function, you go ahead and write the name of your function, funky, and then you go ahead and write those parentheses, which we don't know what they do yet, but we'll be learning that in the next tutorial. And then since this is a statement, we go ahead and end it with a semicolon. So anyways, our JavaScript is going to say, alright, we have a function right here, prepare to use it whenever we call it. So right here is when we call it. And by the way, like I said, anytime I say call a function, I mean use a function. Calling a function is just a technical term. So use my function. So it's going to say, alright, call funky now. So a pop-up is going to appear. So let's go ahead and save this and see this baby in action. As soon as we load our page, it's going to call it. Bam. Look at that. A pop-up appeared and it said ouch. So let's go ahead and maybe it will be easier to see if I actually add a button on the screen so you guys can see functions don't need to happen as soon as you load your page, but whenever you need to call them. So let's go ahead, instead of just calling it right away, like right then, let's go ahead and add a form on our page, because if we add a form, we can go ahead and add buttons. So actually we need to do that outside the JavaScript. Since it isn't actually part of JavaScript, it's actually part of XHTML. So go ahead and add a form and your form right here. And inside your form, you're only going to have one element, the input. And by the way, if you have no idea what I'm doing right now, go ahead and watch my XHTML tutorials. I talk all about forms and stuff like that. So the input, the type of this is button. It's just going to appear as a button on your screen. The value is what you want to say on the button, and we'll just write touch me. And there is another parameter that you can add to your buttons, and that's on click. And inside, or the value for on click, you go ahead and you write the name of your JavaScript function. And I'm just going to go ahead and write funky because that's the name of the function. So anyways, check this out. If we go ahead and save this and launch it in Chrome, we go ahead and we have a button on the screen that says touch me. That's by default what's loaded on our web page. But you can see we added an attribute to this function, or excuse me, this button called onClickFunky. That means whenever we click this button, we want you to use a JavaScript function called funky. So whenever we click this button, an alert box is going to pop up that says ouch. So let's go ahead and click this button, and we see the alert box pops up and it says ouch. Press OK, and that's it. So that is the beauty of, not only how to make buttons, but also how you can call a section of JavaScript by using something called functions. So anyways, by default, your web page loaded, and it loaded this form with a button on it. By default, it did nothing, but whenever we clicked it, it said, alright, whenever you click me, I'm going to call this function called funky. So that means I'm going to go back up here and do whatever you told me to do inside. So by the way, the line of code inside your curly bracket is called the declaration. Some people call it the body, but I just call it whatever code's inside your curly bracket. And that is the basics of how to create a function. Just go ahead and write the name function, the name, parentheses, curly brackets, and write your rules inside your function, and also how to call a function whenever you want using a button, or you can just call it automatically by writing the name of the function. But anyways, in the next tutorial, I'm going to show you guys what these parentheses are and why they are useful, and why most functions actually use those parentheses. So anyways, thank you guys for watching this tutorial. Thank you for learning the basics of a function. If you don't quite understand, just stick with me in the next tutorial. Everything will clear up for you. So anyways, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I will see you guys next video. What is up, everyone? Welcome to your 7th JavaScript tutorial, and in this tutorial, I'm going to be talking more about functions, and specifically what those parentheses are and why you need them whenever you create a function. Well, let's go ahead and first create a function, and let's go ahead and name it meatball. Why not? And then go ahead and add your parentheses. Now let's go ahead and make the body right now before we start talking about the parentheses. Let's just go ahead and make an alert box. We'll just leave it empty for now. So now what we need to do is talk about this parentheses. These parentheses are called the parameter of our function. Now, sometimes you need additional information in order for your function to work. For example, if you made a function to convert the temperature of Fahrenheit to calculus, you would need a temperature in order to know what number to convert. If you made a function in order to, greet someone like, hello Bucky, hello Tina, hello Tom, you would need their name in order to know how to greet them. So let's go ahead and make a function with a parameter. Now, in order to make a parameter, just go ahead and type in the name of a variable like X or something like that. And then later on, whenever you're creating the body, you go ahead and you use that X just like you would a normal variable. So for example, I love, and then go ahead and write X. So now whenever we use this function, we need, instead of, let me go ahead and just type something like meatball, and then we need to pass in a value, and let's just say bacon or something like that. So now here is what's going to happen. Let me run this for you. Maybe that'll be easier. Oh, it's off the screen. Let me run it on the screen. Run Chrome. There you go, right here. I love bacon. Okay, so why did it say I love bacon, and what exactly is going on? Well, you see, we called our function and used it right here. But since this function has a parameter, it says, alright, in order to use this function, I need one extra piece of information. So whatever information we gave it right here, it actually took this word, bacon, and it said X now equals bacon. So now in the body of my function, whenever I come across the variable X, I substitute it with whatever you gave me, which is bacon. So let's go ahead and call this again with, what else do I love? Natalie Portman, and the movie Good Will Hunting. So now let's go ahead and save this and run it, and maybe this will be easier to see. It says I love bacon first, and then you press OK, and then it says I love Natalie Portman, press OK, and then it says I love Good Will Hunting, press OK. So now you can see that it's the same function, it just has different information being passed into it. And by the way, I keep saying pass because the technical term whenever you give additional information into a function, it's called passing it information into its parameters. So this The parentheses are technically called its parameters, and when we give information into it, it's called passing information. But anyways, you can say substituting variables. It really doesn't matter as long as your program works. So anyways, you could see that whenever we gave it extra information, it said I love, and then it substituted that information as X. So it says I love bacon, I love Natalie Portman, I love Goodwill Hunting. So that is how you can use parameters whenever you're, want to use additional information for your function. So this is a really simple example using an alert box. Um, yeah, that's pretty much all I have for you for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, I'm going to show you what happens if your function needs more than just one piece of information. Maybe it needs 3 names instead of just one. Maybe it needs a couple numbers instead of just one. So anyways, that's what I'm going to be showing you guys how to do. It's called passing multiple parameters into a function, and it can get kind of complex, but as long as you stick with me, then you'll be okay. So anyways, thank you guys for watching this tutorial, and I'll see you next time. What is up, guys? Welcome to your 8th, I think it's your 8th at least, who's counting? Welcome to your 8th JavaScript tutorial, and in this tutorial, I'm adjusting right now. Probably should have done that before I started. Then again, I probably should have found out what tutorial I'm doing too. But anyways, welcome to your 8th tutorial in JavaScript, and in this tutorial, I'm going to be talking about how to use multiple parameters with your function. So let's go ahead and make a function right now, and I'm going to name mine apples because I'm kind of in the mood for some applesauce right now. And let's go ahead and give it 2 parameters. In order to give it 2 parameters, inside your parentheses, instead of just writing the name of one variable, you write the name of however many variables you need, separated with a comma. So if you have 2 variables, you separate them with 1 comma. So I have a variable called 1, and I have a variable called 2. Now inside the body of my function, let's go ahead and use both of those variables. Document write, we'll just go ahead and write something like 1 is better than, and actually need some spaces, is better than add 2. So now you can see that this is where I taught you guys how to add strings to variables. This is one instance where it would come in handy. And another cool thing that I didn't teach you guys yet, but anytime you add a string of a HTML tag or XHTML tag, it actually will treat that not as text, but actually treat that as the tag itself. So whenever it comes across this right here, it's actually going to break, aka move you to the next line. So that's a neat little trick that you guys might want to remember. So anyways, we have a function called apples. So now let's go ahead and actually call or use this function. And in order to call a function, you just go ahead and type the function name anywhere in your program, and then you write what other information that it needs. So this function, we already know it needs 2 pieces of information. So let's give it 2 pieces of information. I'm going to give it my name as a variable, and as the other variable needs, I'm going to give it the name of my cousin, Hobart. So let's go ahead and save this and refresh and see what we get. Bucky is better than Hobart. So what it did is it said, alright, we have this function that takes 2 pieces of information. So whenever we're running our program and we said that we want to use this information, it's going to say, alright, what variable are you going to use as number 1? Okay, Bucky, got it. Now what variable are you going to use is the variable 2? Hobart, got it, check. So Bucky is better than Hobart. Makes sense, you gave us both the pieces of information we need, we're good to go. So we can also call this function multiple times, and it, runs the same exact way. So let me think of some bands. Counting Crows is better than, I don't know, Bieber. And let's go ahead and write like Strawberry is better than coconut. By the way, guys, nice little piece of information. I absolutely hate coconuts. I can't stand the smell of it. I can't stand the sight of it. I can't even wash my hair with coconut shampoo. It makes me gag. So if I ever see you, walking down the street and you have coconuts, then don't be discouraged that I don't talk to you. It's not you, it's the coconuts. So let's go ahead and save this, refresh it, and see what we get. Bucky is better than Hobart. Counting Crows is better than Bieber, should be our better. Strawberry is better than coconut. which is true. All of these things are true. So anyways, back to our program. What it did is it substituted the first one for 1 and the second one for 2, and then inside our function it just substituted those variables for whatever we had out here. And again, these are called the parameters, and whenever we're giving this information or substituting it, it's called passing information into your parameters. So again, if you're watching these tutorials because you were taking a JavaScript class at school and you couldn't understand your teacher, that's the questions that they're going to ask on the test, and that's the information that you need to know. Parameters, passing it in. So there you go. But if you're just watching this, then don't even worry about it. As long as your program works, you're good to go. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe. Don't forget to check out my website, my other videos, and don't forget to check me out if you see me on the street. So yeah, I guess I'll see you next tutorial. What's going on, guys? Welcome to your 9th JavaScript tutorial, and in this tutorial I'm going to be talking to you guys about something called the return statement. So sometimes, like before, we made a function and it just did something. It either printed text out on the screen, or it made a pop-up appear, or it just did something. But sometimes you want the function to return a value to you. So this is especially useful whenever you're making a calculation and you pass in 2 numbers as a parameter. For example, 20 and 10, and you say multiply these together, and it multiplies them and it returns the value to you. Or in other words, it performs the calculation and it returns the answer to you. So sometimes you can see you just need functions to do something, like print out something on the screen or pop up a text box, and sometimes you need it to perform a calculation and give you back the value. And whenever you need the value in return, we need to use something called the return statement. So let's go ahead and make the most basic function we can with the most basic return function. So let's go ahead and name function, and let's go ahead and name this too easy, because this is going to be extremely easy, not even going to take any parameters. And let's go ahead and just return any value. Let's return just some text, game time. So now whenever we call this function too easy and try to run it, nothing happens, because by default, as you can see, we didn't tell it to do anything. We didn't tell it to print it out on the screen. We didn't tell it to, use it in an alert box. We just said, give us this value back. And with that value, we didn't even do anything with it. So in order to use that return value, you actually have to use it somehow. So for example, if you write document.write, and then inside here you call your function too easy, what it's going to do is it's going to take this function right here and it's going to say, alright, for this function you want me to return the text game time. So whenever you give me the function, I'm going to substitute the return value, which is game time. So then I'm going to print out, aka document write game time. So it's basically saying, alright, this function is basically equal to the return value. So when I say document write too easy, it's going to calculate this and figure that the answer is game time. Now, this might be a little difficult to understand, so what I decided to do is make a function teaching you guys how to add 2 numbers, add 1 number and another number, and give you, basic addition. And I know that I didn't talk to you guys about any of the math operators or how you can use algebra with JavaScript, but it's going to be really simple to understand, a lot more simple than that example. So let's go ahead and make another function and just call it add numbers. And it's going to take 2 parameters. It's going to take A and B. And inside here, let's go ahead and make another variable called C, and this will just be the sum of A plus B. So now if you pass it like the number 3 and 4, C would be equal to 7, because it's going to add A and B and store it in that variable C. So now what we want to do is we want to return C. So now later on when we're programming and we go ahead and write add numbers, let's go ahead and pass it like 3 and 6. Whenever we call this, nothing is going to happen because this is just the value of 9. We didn't tell it to print out 9 on the screen. We didn't tell it to print out 9 in an alert box. It just is the value of 9 and it's just sitting there in our program, pretty much like a waste of space. So let's go ahead, save this, and see what happens. Nothing. So let's go ahead and actually take this and cut it. And now let's go ahead and write document.write, and inside that paste, let me get rid of that semicolon and put it at the end, paste that function add numbers. And now it says, alright, the function add numbers 3 and 6 is basically equal to the value of 9. So what do you want me to do with that 9? Oh, you want me to write it out on the screen. Now I see. So we go ahead and save this and refresh. That is why we get the value of 9 on the screen. So again, a return value isn't really useful unless you do something with it. And as you can see clearly in this example, we called the value 3 as A and B as 6. And it said 3 plus 6 is 9, so that's why I'm going to return 9 to you. So anyways, the expression add numbers 3 and 6, it basically looks at this and says 9. So that's why it wrote 9 out on the screen. So basically, whenever you call a function, it's basically looking at it and trying to figure out what's the return value, and then it takes that return value and does whatever you want to it. So that is the basics of a return value. Again, I know I didn't even teach you guys that you can add variables, but hey, you can. Whenever they're a number, it adds them together. So that's a little glimpse into the future. But for now, that's all I want to cover. So thank you guys for watching this tutorial. In the next tutorial, we're probably going to be talking more about functions, but for now, thank you for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you next tutorial. What is up, guys? It's Bucky, and welcome to your 10th JavaScript tutorial. And I hope that you guys are ready to have your minds blown, because that's what I'm about to do in this tutorial. Because in this tutorial, I'm going to teach you guys how to call a function from another function. Interesting. So let's go ahead and start with two functions. Function, I'll just go ahead and name the first one do first, and it won't take any parameters. And for the body, let's just go ahead and give it something simple. We'll just print something out on the screen. So write document write, and what's something stupid we can put? I am first, bro, or bo. Hey, who the heck cares? And for our second function, go ahead and type function. We'll name this do second, if you couldn't have guessed that. And we're just going to write on this document write, and just write like the bunch of twos or something for a second. I don't know. I'm not really creative tonight. But anyways, so we have two functions, do first and do second. And these are the functions that we're going to call from another function. So let's go ahead and make that function right now. We'll just go ahead and name this function start, since this will be the starting point. So let's go ahead, and this won't take any parameters either. All this function is going to do is call other functions. So first it's going to call do first, and then it's going to call do second. So now if we go ahead and run this program, nothing is going to happen because we just have three functions right here pumped up and ready to go, but we never even used any of them yet. So go ahead, refresh, and check it out. I'm refreshing, nothing is happening. And that's, like I said, we have three functions right here pumped up, ready to go, but we didn't start it off. We didn't call any of those functions first. So go ahead in your program and let's start it off by saying start semicolon. So now it's going to say, alright, you got a function, you got a function, you got a function, and now the first thing I'm going to do is call the starting function right now. So I go up to the starting function. What do you want me to do? Do first function. So then I go up to the do first function and print out I am first bow. So this is actually the first thing it's going to print out right here, and it says, alright, I'm done with the first function, now what? Okay, you told me to go do the second function. So I'll go up here and print out 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Okay, so basically print out this and print out this, and then I'm done. So let's go ahead and save this and see what we got. I am first bow and 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. So basically the only function that ran is the starting function, and then all this one did is it called the first one and called the second one, and then it quit. And that's our whole entire program. So anyways, what I want to show you is you can use functions like the starting function to start it off and call other function, and you actually do that a lot of the time. So for example, if you have a lot of code, you can organize some in the do first, organize some in the do second, and it makes it a lot cleaner than having this huge long list of code. You can break it up into nice little functions, and then later on when you see, alright, something weird is going on with this first function, you know what bit of code is messing up. So anyways, that's why functions come in handy. But now that I have time, and that tutorial took me a little quicker than I thought, I bet you guys are wondering this. What would you do if you had a function like first, and then it called the second, and then that one called the first, which would call the second, and it was just like an endless loop? Well, I'm not sure, but hey, I never did it before, but let's go ahead and find out. My guess is that my computer is going to blow up, but you guess in the comment box what you think is going to happen below. My computer just might freeze or something, but oh well, I'll make the tutorial again. So function do first, and I don't recommend doing this, but let's go ahead and just document dot write something on the screen. Just write first. We'll make it simple. And then what we're going to do is call another do second function from here. And the do second function do second, let's just go ahead and have this one right out on the screen. Just write out second, and let's add some spaces actually. First and second, so it isn't all jumbled together if it actually does print out. And then this one is going to call do first. So basically what's going to happen is whenever you call one of these functions, it's going to print something out, call the other function. Print something out, call the other function. Print, call, print, call, print, call, print, call. I'm just going to do that for like the next 3 minutes until you get tired of me and go watch another video. But anyways, it's just going to go back and forth. But if we run it right now, nothing's going to happen because we just have two functions waiting there. We didn't call any of them yet. So now let's go ahead and start off and call do first. So the first thing it's going to do is call this first function, and then from there it's just going to be an endless circle. So now let's go ahead and save it, and when I refresh this, I'm kind of scared to press it. Alright, I'll do it. Whoa. So then it just printed out an endless list of first and second. I wonder if this even stopped printing out. Yeah, it finally just gave up. So that's pretty cool actually. That Mozilla Firefox just give up after a certain amount of time. So yeah, that's what I would do too. That's why I had to drop out of college. Just gave up after a certain amount of time. But anyways, there you have it. How to make an endless loop of functions. Again, I wouldn't recommend that in any of your programming. And if you're going to interview for a job, please do not mention this and do not mention my name or my reputation would be ruined. But for now, thank you guys for watching my tutorial. I hope you guys enjoyed it, and I guess I'll see you later. What is up, guys? Welcome to your 11th. Actually, I had to think about that for a second. Welcome to your 11th JavaScript tutorial. And in this tutorial, we're going to be talking about something called global and local variables. So the concept of a global variable is simple. It's any variable that you make that's outside any function. And a local variable is simple. It's any variable that you create inside the body of a function. So, I mean, there are only two places you can make them. Simple enough. But the rules, when you use them, they get kind of tricky. So let me go ahead and show you guys. Let me first demonstrate what a global variable is and when you're allowed to use it. Let's go ahead and make a variable called girl. And I'll set it equal to the name of my first girlfriend called Kelsey. I'm sure she will appreciate that. So, Kelsey, if you're reading this, what's up? And so, by the way, she wasn't technically my first girlfriend. I had a girlfriend in 4th grade named Nicole, but we really weren't boyfriend and girlfriend. She just let me play with her gigapet. It was nothing serious. Kelsey, I actually went on my first date with her. We went and saw, what was it? The Wedding Singer with Adam Sandler, and he had a mullet. And I was extremely nervous the whole time. Hey, I was in 5th grade. Give me a break, guys. And her mom drove us there in her van, but still, it was pretty cool. So anyways, let's go ahead and make a function right now, and we'll call this spit. It really doesn't matter what you name it. I'm going to name it spit because it's going to spit out this name. So all this function is going to do is document dot write out on the screen the name of that variable, girl. Now check this out. Like I said, you can make variables in one of two places. Inside the function right here, or outside of the function where we made this girl. Since this variable is outside of the function, we are allowed to use it inside the function right here. Now, let's go ahead and let me prove that to you right now. Let's just go ahead and call spit, and when I run that line of code, it's going to type out Kelsey. And now, let me go ahead and document dot write that variable, and then this is going to print out Kelsey. So anyways, the point I'm trying to get across is whenever you have a variable outside a function, you can use it both in the function and anywhere else in the program. So let me go ahead and refresh this, and it says Kelsey, Kelsey, just as we predicted. Simple enough. But now let's go ahead and take this variable, cut it, and there we go. And let's go ahead and make it inside this function right here. So now inside this function, we created a variable called girl, and we're going to try to run it inside this function and outside this function. So now let's go ahead and refresh, and actually had to save that and refresh, and we see we only get one Kelsey. Well, why is that? We made the variable, it didn't have any typos, we didn't forget the semicolon or anything, so why is this Kelsey only appearing once? Well, like I said, with global variables, whenever you create a variable outside your function, you could use it in any function you want and also anywhere else in your program. But whenever you create a variable that's inside a function, you can only use that variable inside that function. If we had another function, we couldn't use it in that. If we had another function, could use it in that. And we're not allowed to use it outside that function. This function is very greedy. It says, whatever my variables I create, they're mine. No one else is getting them, boy. So that's why whenever we called spit, it printed out Kelsey, because this was the function. And then when we tried to just use it on our own, it wouldn't let us, because it said, alright, the variable that I create, it's mine. I get to keep it. So that's why it only printed out once. That was the functions call, not the one outside. So anyways, the point I'm trying to get across, global variables, when they're created outside any function, you can use them anywhere, inside functions, outside functions, whatever. But whenever you create a variable inside a function, it's called a local variable, and that variable can only be used within the function in which it's declared, aka created. So that is your basics of global and local variables, and yes, that is the technical term for them, global and local. So if you have a test, it's okay to write global and local. So thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for putting up with my history of 5th grade girlfriends, and I hope you enjoyed. And hey, again, Kelsey, if you're watching, what's up? What's going on, guys? It's Bucky, and welcome to your 12th tutorial. And this, my friends, is the tutorial that I have been waiting for. We are finally going to begin talking about math and math operators and all that good stuff. So a couple tutorials ago, I gave you guys a quick little taste of variables and math operators, and you saw that not only can you set variables equal to numbers and text, but you can also set them equal to simple equations. For example, 4 plus 6 uses the addition operator to set apples equal to 80. So what it does whenever you do this, it knows that you're working with numbers, and it knows to add them together to give you the answer. So then when you have a document right and you try to print out apples, it doesn't print out the text 4 plus 76. It actually prints out the value of 80. So in that sense, it knows that you're working with an equation. So that's pretty cool. Another thing that you can do is you're not only limited to 2 numbers, you can go ahead and add 3 or 4, however many you want. So let's go ahead, and the answer to that is 778,666. Pretty cool, huh? So let's go ahead and delete all this, and aside from the addition sign, you can also use the subtraction sign. I don't really need to show you an example of that because hopefully you guys know how to subtract. What I do want to show you guys an example of is multiplication. So the multiplication might be a little different than you guys would expect. It's actually, go ahead and type like 54 or something. It's not x. Don't ever use a lowercase s. It's actually the asterisk sign, just like that. So 54 times 3, let's go ahead and see what that equals. 162. Pretty cool. So anyways, whenever you want to multiply, go ahead and use the asterisk sign. Whenever you want to divide, you can go ahead and you use the forward slash, just like that. So 54 divided by 3 is 18. It goes in evenly. Pretty cool. But what if you have a number like 56 divided by 3 that doesn't go in evenly? Well, let's go ahead and refresh this and see we get 18.6666, and finally it cuts you off. This 6 actually goes on forever, but depending on your browser, it's going to cut you off after a little bit, just like my friend did last night when I had too much brewskis. But anyways, it's going to cut you off. So that leads me to another point. What if you actually need that remainder as a number itself. For example, you were making a program and you said 18 remainder 2. Which would the answer to this problem be? Well, anytime you want the remainder, you need to add the percentage sign. And this is called the modulus operator. It basically divides one value by another and it gives you the remainder back. So 56 divided by 3 is 18 remainder 2. So when you save this, it's not going to say 18 remainder 2, it's just going to say 2. Simple enough. Let's give another example. 25 divided by 7 is 3 remainder 4, but it's not going to say 3 remainder 4, it's just going to say 4. Pretty cool, huh? So that is how you use the modulus operator. And the last thing I actually want to go over, it's not really a math operator at all, but it kind of is. It's called the increment and decrement operator, and this is how you can quickly add 1 or subtract 1 from a single number. So let's go ahead and make a variable called chops, short for pork chops, and set it equal to 7. By the way, I'm hungry. And let's go ahead, in order to add this, you can add 1 to this variable in one of two ways. You can do chops, well, I won't even teach you guys that, but you can do this. Chops equals chops plus 1. So then it's going to say, alright, this variable now equals 7 plus 1. So we can go ahead and write document.write chops. You can actually do this another way, but I'm not going to cover that in this tutorial. So let's go ahead and save this. And this says chop. Actually, it was going plural and singular, mixing it up. Can't do that. So let's go ahead and save this, print it out, and we see that we do indeed have 8. First it was 7, then we added 1 to it, we got 8. Pretty cool, huh? But see, whenever you have chop equal chop plus 1, it can get kind of confusing. So let me show you guys an easier way to quickly add 1 to a variable. Anytime you want to add 1 to a variable, just go ahead and write the name of the variable, then write plus plus, and that's it. That'll take the number, whatever it is, say it's like 67, and it would add 1 to it, and that'll give you a completely new variable. So let's go ahead and save this, and now chops is equal to 68 instead of 67. So that is a way to change a variable by adding 1 to it. You can also write chop minus minus. This is the decrement, or what's called decrement, whatever. Not decrement, that's something else, so I don't want to talk about that. And see, it was 67 before, and then we took that variable, subtracted 1 from it, so now chop equals 66, and we printed it out on the screen. So again, plus plus and minus minus, they aren't really useful right now in these examples, but trust me, whenever we learn about loops, and we're going to learn about other stuff, and they're going to come in handy, and we're going to be using them a ton. So that's why I want to cover them now, so when we go over them later on, you won't get confused. So thank you guys for watching. That's all I have for you guys for this tutorial. A simple tutorial about math and simple equations. Oh, I got like a piece of phlegm in my throat. So anyways, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you in my other videos. What is up, guys? It's Bucky, and welcome to your 13th JavaScript tutorial. And this tutorial is probably going to be a real quick one because I'm only going to be talking about one thing, and that is called assignment operators. So I already taught you guys what the assignment operator is. So say we had a variable equal to Bucky, and let's go ahead and set it equal to 24 because that's my age. And if we go ahead and just document write out Bucky, it's going to go ahead and print 24 on the screen. No need to show you guys that, but hey, I will anyways right there. So that is the assignment operator, basically an equal sign. But there are different types of operators too, and they're pretty much like little shortcuts. And there's an add and assign operator, which pretty much takes a variable, and in order to use the add and assign operator, you put plus equal sign, and then to the right of it, you put a number like 54. Now what this is going to do is it's going to say, alright, the value of Bucky is 24. So if I add 54 to it, I get the new value of 78. So now Bucky equals 78. So let's go ahead and refresh this. And when it prints out Bucky, it says 78. So it doesn't change Bucky to 54. What it does is it takes Bucky, adds 54 to it, and assigns it the new value. So aside from what's this called, the add and assign operator, you have the subtract and assign operator right there. Let's use 54, why not, which gives you negative 30. the multiply and assign, and the divide and assign, which is, I have no idea what this value is. Whoa, nice. So aside from the add and assign, subtract and assign, multiply, divide and assign, there's one other one, and that's called the modulus and assign. Modulus and assign. And to tell you the truth, what this does is it takes an integer remainder, or basically the remainder, and it, you know what? Remember this. Don't ever use the modulus and assign. I've been programming for I don't even know how many years, and I never used the modulus and assign other than just teaching people what the modulus and assign operator does. So basically, you're never going to use the modulus and assign. So wipe that out of your memory, and yeah, I probably should edit that out of the tutorial, but anyways, I won't. So aside from that, the other thing I want to teach you guys before I let you guys go is that you don't have to only use one of these. You can go ahead and assign 67 to that, and let me see if you guys can figure this out. And go ahead and, 32, and then Bucky times equals 4, and then Bucky divide equals 5, or something like that. So go ahead. The original value of Bucky is 24 plus 67 minus 32 times 4 divided by 5. And I messed that up right there. But I'm going to wait 10 seconds, and I want you to leave a comment below of what you think this equals. And let me see if anyone can figure this out in 10 seconds. 9, 8, 4, 3, 2, 1, and let's see what it was. 47.2. So how close were you to that? Let me know in the comment section below, because I bet you were way off, because I was. But anyways, thank you guys for watching. That's all I have for you guys for this tutorial. Just wanted to talk to you quick about assignment operators. And don't forget, don't ever use the modulus and assign operator. I'll see you next time. What is going on, guys? Welcome to your 14th JavaScript tutorial. And in this tutorial, I'm going to start off teaching you guys something called an if statement, and then we're going to learn about something called comparison operators. So basically, an if statement is a really simple way to have your computer make a decision. You're going to give it a scenario, and if it's true, it's going to run a bit of code. For example, if you say, if the variable called Bucky is equal to 24, then run this bit of code. If it's not, then don't do anything. So really simple decision. So let's go ahead and do that right now. Let's go ahead and make two variables, and later on we'll compare them to each other. So make a variable named apples and set this equal to, 20 or 34, whatever. And make another variable called hot dogs and set this equal to like 53. It doesn't matter what numbers they are as long as they don't equal each other. So we have two variables. We already know what those do. Now let's go ahead and look at the basic syntax for an if statement. Now, the if statement is set up like this all of the time. Have the word if right there, and then go ahead and write two parentheses after that. Now, inside these parentheses is where you're going to be making your comparison. You're going to say, alright, if apples is equal to hot dogs, if apples is greater than hot dogs, if apples is less than hot dogs, and all that stuff. You're going to be comparing one thing against another. Now, if that comparison is true, it's going to go ahead and run the bit of code in between these curly brackets. So go ahead and throw those in. So basically, if statements work like this. It's going to test something right here. And if that test is true, or if they do match each other, it's going to run this bit of code. So let's go ahead and give it something really simple to run. Document dot write yay, it worked. Something stupid like that. So let's go ahead and give it a simple comparison right now. And you may be thinking right this. Alright, a simple comparison would make sense like apples equals hot dogs. I mean, make one thing equal to another, and that's a test. That's how I did it in math class. That's how it works. But whenever we make a comparison, we have to follow one simple rule. We can't use a single equal sign ever, because JavaScript already uses single equal sign whenever it sets a variable equal to a value. So whenever you're comparing two values, you need to have two equal signs. And now you're testing, alright, does the value of apples equal the value of hot dogs? In other words, does 34 equal 53? If 34 does equal 53, it's going to print out, yay, it worked. If it doesn't equal 53, or if they don't equal each other, nothing's going to happen. So since they don't equal each other, let's go ahead and refresh, and nothing happens. So let's go ahead and change these values to make apples equal 53 and hot dogs equal 53. So now apples does indeed equal hot dogs, so this is going to be true. And since this is true, this is going to run. So let's go ahead and save this, refresh it, and check it out. Yay, it worked. So now we can see the basics of an if statement. It's basically this again. You test what is called a condition. Now this condition is going to be true if it's true, and it's going to be false if it's not true. If they equal each other in this case, it's going to be true. If they don't, it's going to be false. Anytime it's true, this bit of code is going to run. Anytime it's false, nothing's going to happen. So you're basically giving your computer a decision to make. If this is true, run this. If it's not, don't do anything. So aside from this double equal sign, we know that we can use the double equal sign to tell JavaScript compare two things. We can also give it a couple other symbols. We can say exclamation point equals, and what this means is if apples doesn't equal hot dogs, go ahead and print this out. So check this out. Since they are alike and they do equal each other, then this is going to be false. Well, let me go ahead and run this and show you guys. Nothing happens right here. So why is this false? Well, does apples not equal hot dogs? No, they do equal each other. So it's false. So this is a way of saying, alright, if apples is not equal to hot dogs, do this. So when exactly will this print out? Say you had 53 and 99. Well, now they don't equal each other. So this statement is true. And since this is true, I'm going to go ahead and print this out, and it worked. So another thing that we can do is, I showed you guys how to make it equals and how to make it not equals. So you can of course use greater than and less than. These are really easy ones. If apples is greater than hot dogs, aka if 53 is greater than 99, print this out. So can you guys guess what's going to happen? It doesn't print it out because 53 is not higher than 99. And again, I don't need to show you this, but I might as well do it anyways. If 53 is less than 99, which is indeed true, since this statement is true, then this is going to print out just like that. So that is why when I refresh it, it prints out. So those are the four most common, but I also need to include one other thing. You can also have greater than or equals to, and this say if it's greater than or if it is equals to, like 53 and 53 would work, and also 56 is greater than or equal to 53. But so just to verify that it does work, there you go, right there. And also you have less than and equals to. So in any scenario where apples is less than or equal to hot dogs, which it would be false in this case because 56 is not less than or equal to hot dogs, whenever you save it, it doesn't work. So check it out. So those are the basic ones. There are a couple other ones, but I don't want to confuse you guys for now. So when you want to compare two values to each other, use double equal signs. When you want to make sure that they're not equal to each other, use exclamation point equal sign. And then you have your basics. Greater than, less than, greater than or equal to, less than or equal to. So that's basics of what an if statement is. It pretty much tests something, and if it's true, it runs a little bit of code. So now you understand what conditional operators are, or excuse me, comparison operators, and also the if statement. So in the next tutorial, we're going to be going over kind of a more complex if statement, but it's probably going to be the one that you're going to be using more often. So it's actually not that difficult to learn. If you can understand this, then the next thing is going to be a breeze. So anyways, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you guys later. Alright guys, it's Bucky and welcome to your 15th JavaScript tutorial, and in this tutorial, like I said, we're going to be going over a kind of more complex if statement. So in the last tutorial I showed you guys how to make a basic if statement, and we pretty much gave it a test. And if that test was true, it ran a bit of code. But if that test was false, then it didn't do anything. Well, now all we're going to be doing is telling it, if it's false, instead of not doing anything, give it another option. So if it's true, do this. If it's false, do that. So before we said, if it's true, do this. If it's false, do nothing. And now we're saying, if it's true, do this. If it's false, do that. So pretty simple. We're pretty much making it do something no matter what. So let's go ahead and make, well, let me show you guys the basic syntax of this. In order to make an if-else statement, and that's what this is called, if-else, we go ahead and write our if statement, and we're going to give it a test right here. If that test is true, we're going to run this bit of code right here. Let's say we have document write, and just write like, I love Hot Pockets. Good enough. So now if this test is true, we run this bit of code. Just like we did before, this is exactly identical. But now let's stick another piece onto this. We're going to go ahead and write the word else. Now go ahead and add brackets for this, and instead of doing nothing if the test is false, it's going to do this bit of code right here. So document write I love, let's give it something like I love strawberry. So this is an unhealthy and this is healthy. So, we got kind of a contrast going on there. So now let's go ahead and give it a really simple test. Let's just go ahead and test two numbers. Can't be easier than that. So if 2 equals 2, and remember, we can't use one equal sign, we have to use 2 because we only use one equal sign whenever we're setting a variable equal to a value. Whenever we're just testing two values to make sure they equal each other, we use two equal signs. So right now we're saying, alright, if 2 equals 2, do this. If 2 doesn't equal 2, do this. So let's go ahead and save it and refresh it and see what it says. I love Hot Pockets. So that's why the first one got executed. But what if they didn't equal each other? What if saying, alright, if 2 equals 65, well, we know that 2 does not equal 65. It just doesn't make sense. So it's going to say, alright, if 2 equals 65, do this. Well, it doesn't, so I'm not going to do that. So I guess I have to do this. I love strawberries. So let's go ahead and save this and see what we get. I love strawberries, just as we thought. So aside from having just two values equal each other, we can have two variables equal each other. For example, if we had var blue equal 43 and var red equal 76, then we can go ahead and we can test if blue is equal to red, which they aren't, so it's going to say I love strawberries right here. Check it out. I love strawberries. But if they are equal to each other, 43 and 43, whoa, not have 743. Check it out. I love Hot Pockets. So again, this is more common to compare two variables against each other. You can also take a variable and compare it to a number. If 43 equals 43, just like that, I love Hot Pockets. So aside from this, what you can do is you can use all your other comparison operators too. If 43 is not equal to 43, then let's see what happens. It says, I love strawberries. So you're saying, alright, if 43 is different than 43, do this. Well, I'm not going to do that because they're the same. So if they're the same, go ahead and do this. And that's why I print out I love strawberries. Now, let's go ahead and test our greater than less sign and 587 and 43. So if blue is greater than 43, or let's go ahead and type red right there. So if 587 is greater than red, go ahead and do this. If 587 is not greater than red, go ahead and do this. So since it is greater than red and 587 is more than 43, it's going to go ahead and print out I love Hot Pockets if I go ahead and save that. Right there, I love Hot Pockets. And of course, we can do less than or equal to, greater than or equal to, double equals, not equals, and all those good stuff. But anyways, that's the point I'm trying to make. An if-else statement is basically this. Let me go ahead and cut this. An if statement pretty much takes a test, and if it's true, it runs a bit of code. If it's not true, it doesn't do anything. What a if else statement does is it pretty much gives you that second option. If it's not true, instead of not doing anything, run this bit of code instead. So either way, your computer is going to get stuck doing something, whereas before, if it wasn't true, it could escape, take the easy way out, and do nothing. So there you have it, a basic if else statement and why they are useful and what they do. So don't forget to go over your comparison operators. Make sure you understand all of those and make sure you understand the basics of an if else statement. You pretty much are giving your computer a decision. You're either going to do this or do this based on a test. So now that you understand that, you're ready to move on to the next topic, and that is, things might get confusing, but it's actually nesting. So things might get a little rough, but trust me, you need to understand the next topic. It's going to be extremely helpful to you. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you guys later. It's Friday, Friday, gonna get down on Friday. Everybody's looking to... Oh crap, is this thing recording? Oh man, that's embarrassing. Well, anyways, guys, welcome to your 16th JavaScript tutorial. And in this tutorial, well, you know what, before I even get started, first of all, I apologize for my voice. It's a little raspy. But anyways, I'm not sick, but I got like a bunch of phlegm in my throat. I won't go into detail, but I'm taking Mucinex DM. So anyways, if I cop up a huge loogie during this tutorial, then, don't be mad at me. It's destiny. It's bound to happen, so just deal with it. So anyways, let's go ahead and talk about nesting, what it is and why it's useful. Before when we had an if statement, it's basically said this: I'm going to give you a condition, and if it's true, run a bit of code. Well, now what we can do is, nesting is the idea that you can have an if statement and you can stick another if statement inside it. And then it's going to say basically, I'm going to give you a condition and then I'm going to give you another condition, and if they're both true, then run a bit of code. So it's just saying, instead of passing one test, you have to pass two tests instead. So let's go ahead and give you guys an example before you get extremely confused. So I'm going to go ahead and set my first name equal to Bucky, because that's my dang name. And then go ahead and set my last name equal to Roberts, because that's my dang name. And now let's go ahead and build a basic if statement, what we learned before. If first name equals two equal signs Bucky, then go ahead and run this bit of code. And we already know that whatever we write in here is our statement, then it's going to run because we gave it a test and it passed it, so now it runs the bit of code. But what nesting is the idea that instead of just a regular statement like print out hello Bucky or alert box pops up, we can actually go ahead and put another if statement in here with another condition. So let's go ahead and put if last name equals Roberts, and make sure I spelled everything right. You see, whenever you like have a variable or something and you want to make sure it matches, just go ahead and double click it, and then you don't have to be like FIRST, NAME. Just double click it and it's going to highlight all the other ones that are spelled the same. But anyways, back to the tutorial. So now let's go ahead and add a body to this, and now let's go ahead and write something like document dot write welcome Bucky Roberts explanation, and I accidentally hit notepad. So there we go, just like that. So now let's go ahead and save it and run this baby and see what we get. Whoa, probably should have minimized that a little bit. Okay. Yeah, about this, I don't want to talk about that. So I actually forgot. I forgot that that was up there, so yeah, pretty embarrassing. But anyways, as you can see, it says, welcome Bucky Roberta, meant to say Roberts, but who cares? So now you can see the basics of nesting. Instead of having one test to pass, you now have to pass another test before you can get to your code. And this isn't only basic if. You can also nest if else, and now check it out. Say you're making a script here and you want to make sure the user's first name was Bucky, and then you want to make sure their last name was Roberts. So if their first name is Bucky and their last name is Roberts, it's going to say hello Bucky Roberts. I'll just go ahead and change that. But if their first name is Bucky and their last name is not Roberts, let's go ahead and write something else. Copy, paste, hello, Bucky, someone, or something like that. So now if your variable was Bucky Covington or something like that, you go ahead and it says, welcome, Bucky, someone, because it passed this first test right here. So it got in. His first name was Bucky, but then it says, is your last name Roberts? Well, no. So I'm going to go to else, and that says, welcome, Bucky, someone. So again, I just want to give you guys the idea that instead of just writing a statement in here, you can actually nest an entire if statement in here, and then it's just going to give it more tests to pass. And actually, I don't want to confuse you guys too much, but you can actually put another if statement in here, and you can nest it like 1,000 times if you want. So if you're saying, all right, make sure your name's Bucky, make sure your last name's Roberts, make sure your favorite color is blue, make sure you're 24, and you can give it a bunch of different ifs. But actually, if you guys are thinking about doing that, there is a lot easier way. So mostly people nest, you can probably nest three ifs instead of inside each other, and that is, most the deepest that people go. If you want to get deeper than that, then there are better techniques, and I'm going to show you guys those techniques in the upcoming tutorials. But I guess now that the cat's out of the bag, then I'm going to go back to watching my favorite music video, and I guess I'll see you guys in the next tutorial. What is going on, guys? Welcome to your 17th tutorial, and I actually just made this tutorial, but when I got done with it, I accidentally hit delete at the end of it because I'm an idiot. So now I have to make the entire thing again, but I mean, at least I had practice making it. So alright, let me take a deep breath and let's do this again. But for you guys, it would be like the first time. So anyways, what I want to talk about in this tutorial is complex conditions. So in the last tutorial, we saw that if we wanted to test more than one condition, then what we had to do is embed an if within another if. So basically, if we wanted to test my first name was Bucky, then we go ahead and we made an if statement. And then we wanted to test my last name was Roberts, so we go ahead and we stuck if statement inside of that. But actually, I want to let you guys in on a little secret. There's an easier way to test more than one condition, and you only have to use one if statement. So let's go ahead and make two variables. I'll go ahead and make first, and I'll set this equal to Bucky. And I'll go ahead and make another variable, and I'll name this last, and I'll set this equal to Roberts. Make sure I spell my last name right though, Roberts. And now let's go ahead and make an if statement. So before we needed to make two whenever we want to test two conditions, but now I told you guys you can test two conditions using one if statement. So in order to test two conditions, the first thing you need to do is this. Go ahead and put each condition you want to test inside parentheses. I call them curly braces sometimes, but I mean, I'm not lying to myself. I know there are parentheses. So the first thing I want to test is that first variable is equal to the name Bucky. And now go ahead and stick the next condition you want to test in parentheses. So now I want to test that that last variable is equal to my name Roberts. So Roberts. So you're saying, alright, that's simple enough. You have two conditions in here that you want to test. Simple enough, but you're not done yet. The last thing that you need to add is in between them, go ahead and above the 7 there's a key called ampersand. Go ahead and hit that twice. What this is going to tell JavaScript is, alright, you want to test this condition and you want to test this condition. And I'm only going to execute this code. Let's give it some code real quick to execute. Document, write, and write something stupid like, hey, good job, buddy, here's a cookie, whatever. I spelled every word with a typo, but it doesn't really matter. So anyways, like I was saying, whenever you use this special double ampersand, it means, alright, I know with one if statement you usually use one condition, but in this case scenario, you want to test this condition and this condition right now. And if they're both true, then I'm going to execute this bit of code right now. So let's go ahead and save it and refresh and see what we get. Hey, good job there, buddy, yada yada yada. So anyways, like I was saying, when you use the double ampersands, this needs to be true and this needs to be true. If one of them is false or if both of them is false, it's not going to run. So let's go ahead and change his first name to like Tommy. name my cousin. And go ahead and refresh it, and it's not going to work since one of those conditions was false. So that is how you test two or more conditions in a single if statement. And you're saying, all right, so how would I test 3 or 4? Well, if you want to test more, then just go ahead, add more ampersands and another condition right here. Simple enough. So now that I told you guys about that special and, let's go ahead and delete this. And I want to teach you guys about another way that you can test complex conditions, and that's using the or. So let's go ahead and make a simple if, and let's go ahead and document write. Whoa, wrong symbols there. Let's write bacon. It really doesn't matter what you write in there. And now, say you come across this scenario. All right, I want to test two conditions, but only one of them needs to be true for me to execute the bit of code. For example, if your name is Bucky or if your last name is Roberts, the code is going to get executed. Not both conditions have to be true, but one or the other. Well, let's go ahead and I'll show you how to do that. Just like before, you go ahead and write your two conditions in here. If first is equal to Bucky and last is equal to Roberts, and now you're saying, all right, go ahead and put those double and signs. Well, when you're using or, you actually use this sign. It's called, I think it's called the pipe symbol or something. It's above the enter key or the return key on your keyboard, and I guarantee you just look there right now. So don't lie. I know you just looked there. You can't resist. So anyways, when we use the or sign, let's go ahead and run this and see what happens. It says bacon, but you're saying, all right, well, we said if first is equal to Bucky and first is actually equal to Tommy, so why would this run? The reason it ran is because this last name was indeed equal to Roberts. So again, only one of these conditions has to be true in order for this code to run. If both of them are false, if first one equals Tommy and last one equal Tom Hanks, then they're not going to be equal to Bucky or Roberts. So whenever you try to go and run this, nothing happens. So again, with or, either this one has to be true or this one has to be true. And if they're both true, Tommy and Hanks, it's going to run. So if they're both true or this one, it's going to run. It's basically saying, as long as one of the conditions is true, I'm going to go ahead and do the code you told me to do. So anyways, just like before, if you want to add more, just go ahead and add more pipe symbols and more conditions right in here. But that's the basics of this tutorial and testing complex conditions. It might save you some time from nesting a bunch of if statements. Again, if you want to test one or more condition and they all need to be true, then use the double and sign, just like that. If you want to test two or more conditions and only one of them needs to be true, then go ahead and use those or signs or pipes or whatever the heck you call them, just like that. So that's the basics of that, and don't forget that it's not only two, but you can add an unlimited number of tests just by adding more signs and more or what they call parentheses. So that's all I have for you guys for this tutorial. Hopefully, whenever I stop this tutorial, I'm actually going to save it this time and not delete it because, well, I guess if I delete it this time, then you guys would never be hearing this. But anyways, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you guys next video. Alright, guys, welcome back to your 18th tutorial. Shh, shh, close your eyes. Everyone, close your eyes and imagine that you're making a computer program. And imagine that you're making a computer program where the user has to enter a name of a girl, like Taylor, or Natalie, or Ashley, or Rebecca. And depending on what name they enter, it gives them a custom response, like, ooh, you love Natalie, or Ashley likes you too, or something like that. So let's go ahead and try to make this. Well, the first thing we need is a variable named, we'll just name it girl, and we'll set it equal to, set it Natalie, since Natalie Portman is my dream girl. And now, in order to make this program, you might be thinking this. With the tools we have so far, we'll just go ahead and write if girl is equal to Natalie, and then we can go ahead and do our thing, and then later we can write if girl is equal to, Emily, if girl is equal to Hannah, if girl is equal to Reese, and we can go ahead and list all the girls that they could enter and do it that way. But a lot of if statements get kind of messy, so there's an easier way to make kind of this same program type. Instead of using a bunch of if statements, you can use something called a switch statement. A switch statement takes one variable, which is the girl in this case, and it tests them for all the possible scenarios. And it's basically the same as writing a bunch of if statements, but it's just a much more organized way. So let's go ahead and let me show you the syntax for this. Is actually switch, just like that, and right after it you write the name of the variable. You only write the name of the variable, nothing else. You don't set it equal to anything, just that. Now go ahead and make a body and give you some space. And now for each case scenario, we're going to call it a case. Now for the first case, you give it the value of what it can be equal to. For example, in the case of Natalie, and go ahead and add a colon, not a semicolon, just go ahead and add a colon. And now you write something like this. If girl is equal to Natalie, then go ahead and write whatever you want to do. Document, write, you must like Garden State, because that's my favorite movie with Natalie Portman, believe it or not. And then after you're done executing the code, you go ahead and write the word break, and I'll tell you why later. So now we already have a case scenario for Natalie, and this is basically the syntax of what we're going to do for all the case scenarios. So let's go ahead and copy that. Copy, paste. In the case of Ashley, since I like Ashley Green too, be like, ooh, fan of Twilight, eh? With a question mark. And we keep doing that for each girl. So I'm only going to do 2 girls now, but if you did 100, 1,000, a million, it's going to be the same syntax. You write your switch in the variable that you want to test, and in the body, write case with a colon, the code with a semicolon, and break at the end. Now, I guess I can do this. The reason that you have break is this. Say you have a list of like 50 girls. Well, it's going to test this one, and then it's going to test this one, and then it's going to test the next 48 and test them all until it gets to the answer. Well, check this out. Since our girl is equal to Natalie right now, what break means is this. As soon as I get to this and I find an answer or find a value that that variable equals, then there's no need to test the rest of these. So I'm just going to break out of it right now and go to right to the end. So if you have like Natalie, Ashley, Brittany, Emily, as soon as it gets to Natalie, it's going to say, all right, I found my match. I'm going to break. If you didn't have that break, it's going to go continue testing the rest of your stuff, and it's just going to cause a mess. Why would you want to make your computer test the rest of your answers when you already found your answer? It doesn't make sense. So that's what that little break word means. So you're saying, all right, let's go ahead and run this by default and see what we like. You must like Garden State. All right. So as predicted, this program worked perfectly. But what if we have a name like Emily, and we go ahead and save this and run and see what happens? Well, nothing runs because we only had a choice for Natalie and Ashley. Well, there are a lot of names that people can enter that probably aren't going to be in this list, and probably, names that are one of a kind no one ever heard of. So if you want to give your switch a default statement that says, all right, I'm going to first go through my list of all my options, and if I can't find a match, then I'm just going to give you a default answer. So in order to give a default answer, here's what you do. default, and notice that we don't write anything in here because there is no like answer or value for default. It's the default. It's basically, if you got to this and it didn't work and this it didn't work, then I'm gonna go here to default. So if all of your pretty much your cases don't match, then this is what you get. So by default, just go ahead and write something like yeah, I'm definitely copying this. Default, write something like this is the default. So check it out. And another thing, you don't need a break at the end of your default since it's the last choice. So remember I said a break is pretty much to save you time saying, all right, once you found your answer, then just break out of it and go continue with the next thing. Don't go through all the rest of the cases. Well, you can add a break at the end of default, but it would be worthless since if you get to the default, you're already at the end and you already ran out of all your cases. So what's the break out of? It's not skipping over anything. And it's not going to help you any to break out of it now. You're already at the end. So anyways, that's why you don't need one. So let's go ahead and test this variable Emily right now. We have the variable Emily. So what's going to happen is this. JavaScript's going to say, all right, does Emily equal Natalie? Nope. Does Emily equal Ashley? Nope. So I guess I'm just going to give you the default. This is your default statement. So go ahead and save this. And as you can see, this is default. So now let's go ahead and give it like Ashley, just like that. And now go ahead and save it. And it's going to say, all right, does Natalie equal Ashley? Nope. Does Ashley equal Ashley? Well, indeed it does. So I'm going to go ahead and print out this, just like he told me. And then I'm going to go ahead. And then I'm going to go ahead and break. So no need to even worry about this at all. So let's go ahead and save it and check it out. Ooh, fan of Twilight, eh? Ashley Green? Not bad. So that's the basics of a switch statement and how you can use a switch statement to save you from writing a whole bunch of ifs. And this is actually a whole lot easier to maintain. And, you can just look through your code and, it's just a whole lot easier whenever we build programs that actually do something other than, me talking about the girls I have a crush on. That's what it does. So anyways, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you in the next video. Oh, and Natalie Portman, if you're watching, call me. Alright guys, welcome to your 19th tutorial in JavaScript, and in this lesson I'm going to be talking to you guys about something called loops. Now, a loop is extremely useful in JavaScript and pretty much every computer programming language because it basically saves time. Anytime you need to do something repetitive, a loop comes in handy. For example, if you wanted to write like document dot write let's write something stupid. I love Rebecca Black. And if you wanted to write this like 10 times on the screen, then yes, you could go ahead and copy this and paste, 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 paste. But you know what? That's going to get jumbled. Look how messy it is already. And, it's just not a very efficient way of doing things. So wouldn't it be cool if there is a way where we could take a line of code and write it once and just tell JavaScript, do that 10 times, or do that 20 times, or do it 100 times? Well, it's going to save you a whole lot of typing. So let me show you guys one way to do that. One way to do that is called the for loop, and it's FOR. In the syntax, the basic body to set up this loop is for, and then you write two parentheses, and in your curly braces or curly brackets, what the heck is like the professional educational name for these, because I always say curly braces, and I know they're not parentheses because these are parentheses. So if someone knows, let me know. Send me a message. So anyways, the syntax for this is you have for, and inside here you're going to tell it how many number of times to run, and here you write what bit of code do you want to run. So document dot write, and then just go ahead and write I love Rebecca Black, and let's go ahead and add a break to that. Actually, that needs to be in here, break, and this would just, whenever we print it out, it will move on to the next line. So you're saying, alright, simple enough, but you don't go ahead and just write a number like 10 in there, or else whenever you try to run it, it's not going to work. That would just be way too easy. For syntax, or excuse me, the for loop is set up in a very specific way. It takes 3 different statements inside this little condition. The first statement is you need to make a variable and you need to give it a starting point. So you actually don't even need the name var like that. You just need to go ahead and name it because it's going to be expecting a variable. So go ahead and make a variable named x and set it equal to 0. 0 and 1 is basically always your starting point. And now you need to give it an ending point. So you don't just say something like x equals 60. You actually need to say x is less than 10. And the reasoning behind this is x is going to start at 0 and it's going to keep printing this out until x reaches above 10. So if you're saying, alright, so is it automatically going to add 1 to it each time or add 3 to it each time? Or how do I know how much to increment x by each time? Well, that is actually the last statement we're going to put. The last statement is how much do you want that value to go up by? So remember that x plus plus was a special sign for add 1 to it each time. So you can put something like x plus equals 3, and now if we go ahead and save this, it's going to print it out 4 times. And it printed this out 4 times because the first time it said x equals 0. So is 0 less than 10? Yes, so print it out. The next time is 3, 6, and 9. So 0, 3, 6, and 9 is 4 times where it's less than 10. The next time, 12, it's greater than 10, so that's why it doesn't run. So that's what you can do, but most people just always put x plus plus. And this means start at 0, go all the way until you get more than 10. So let's go ahead and save this and check it out. It starts at 0. It goes 0, and I'm talking what the value of x is right now. X equals 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then the next one, when x is equal to 10, it doesn't print out. And the reasoning behind this is 10 less than 10? No, 10 is equal to 10. So that's why it doesn't print out. So that is how you can get JavaScript to print out a certain line or a certain bit of code a certain number of times. You can either do this and, you can start at 5 and you can go to, 450 if you want by ones. Check it out. Refresh. Oh yeah, look at that huge list of I love Rebecca Blacks. So anyways, just keep this in mind. If you ever get in trouble in school and as your punishment you have to type out I love Rebecca Black, which would be a very good punishment 150 times, this is a nice little trick to save you from actually having to type it out. So that's all I have for you guys for this tutorial. I hope you guys enjoyed, and yeah, I guess I'll see you in the next tutorial. What is going on, guys? It's Bucky and welcome to your 20th, I believe, JavaScript tutorial. And in this tutorial I'm going to be talking about a while loop, but before I begin I just want to tell you guys, if my voice squeaks or if I stop talking, like if I'm in the middle of a sentence and I just suddenly stop talking, that's because my voice is giving out. I can be in the middle of a sentence and my lips will still be moving but nothing's coming out. So I got this mucus phlegm in my throat and it's no predicting what it does. So it's not my microphone, it's not your speakers, it's just my annoying raspy voice. So you guys just got to deal with it, I guess. I apologize. But anyways, let's go ahead and learn about this stupid thing called a while loop. Go ahead and well, let me say this first of all. A while loop is basically the same as a for loop. All loops are pretty much the same. They do a certain bit of code over and over and over again until you tell it to stop. So why use a while loop and why use a for loop? Well, they're just set up a little bit different. The syntax is a little bit different. I think a while loop is a little bit easier to understand. Some people like for loops, and they're going to come across different situations where you can only use one or the other. But anyways, that's my little introduction, the history of the while loop. So let's go ahead. And the first thing that we need is a counter variable to keep track of how many times this loop actually loops. So x equals 1. We'll start it at 1, just like we did with the for loop. So now the syntax for a while loop is pretty simple. It's while, and then you have in here, how long do you want the loop to last? Ugh. So let's go ahead and put x is less than 10. So this is pretty much going to loop this bit of code so long as x stays less than 10. So now we can either increment it by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, or 10. So now let's just go ahead and give it some simple code to write out. So document dot write, and actually what we can do is we can print out the value of the I don't know, the variable, I guess, the counter variable right there, so we can actually see it. That might be a little easier to understand. And now let's go ahead and add some text like, how do you like them apples? First person who can tell me what movie is that from, gets my respect. There, I'm not really giving you anything worth of value, just my worthless respect. So anyways, so the basics is this. We start at 1 and we're going to loop as long as it's less than 10, but you're saying, all right, Bucky, well, our variable is just going to be stuck at 1 the whole time, so this is going to keep repeating forever. Well, if we ran it like this, then yes, it would keep repeating forever. That's why we need to increment x slowly. So let's go ahead and add 1x each time by using that shortcut we learned, x plus plus. And now let's go ahead and save it, run it, and see what happens. Actually, let me add a space right there, and there we go. So it says, how do you like them apples? 9 different times. So check it out. We started at 1, so that's why our loop started at 1. If we started at 6, it would start at 6, but we didn't. We started at 1, so the first time x was equal to 1, it ran the bit of code. The next time x was equal to 2, ran the bit of code. And it did this all the way down until it got to 9. X equals 9, I'm going to run this bit of code. Now the next time after this, x actually changed to 10. So then this while loop took a look at it and says, alright, is 10 less than 10? No, 10 is not less than 10. 10 is equal to 10. So therefore, I'm not going to run this bit of code because you only told me to run it when it's less than 10. So that is why you don't see 10, how do you like them apples, 11, 12, 13, or anything like that. That's why it stopped at 9. So anyways, that's the basics of the while loop. Again, it's pretty much the same as the for loop in these examples. The only difference is instead of having this and this and this all in the parentheses right here, they're kind of spaced out, and I kind of like it this way. It makes it easier to see, keep track of your variables, and keep track where you're incrementing. So anyways, that's all I have for you guys for this tutorial. Yeah, sorry, I wish I had some more valuable information, but I'm probably going to go take a Mucinex and cough up. Guys, let me say this. For those of you guys who want to be grossed out, listen to the rest of the tutorial, but for those of you guys who are just here for JavaScript education and for the information, I'm not going to say any information, so you can move on to the next tutorial. But so that's your warning. But for you guys who stuck around, let me tell you this. All right, this morning I was like coughing and coughing, and like nothing was coming out. You know how like the phlegm's just stuck in your throat and it's annoying that you can't get it out no matter how hard you cough. So I took a Mucinex DM because that kind of loosens stuff up. And then about 30 minutes later, I like sucked in like and I coughed like as hard as I can in this huge glob. It was like the size of 2 grapes of it. It looked like oatmeal, and I don't know where in my body it came from, but it was the most disgusting looking thing coughed up into my sink. So I mean, I shouldn't have even told you guys, but hey, I warned you. So, anyways, thank you guys for watching and listening to my story. And yeah, I guess I'll see you guys in the next video. Alrighty then, welcome back to your 21st tutorial, and in this tutorial, we're going to be going over a special type of loop called the do loop. Yes, this is what you guys have been waiting for, the do loop. So, I can't remember what tutorial it was. I want to say the last tutorial, but it's been a couple days since I've been at my computer, so I'm not positive, but a couple tutorials ago, we went over a special kind of loop called the while loop, and what this loop basically did is it tested a condition, and so long as that condition was true, it ran a bit of code. So you have a condition, test it, and if it's true, run a bit of code over and over until you tell it to stop, basically. Well, what the do while loop does is basically take this structure and it flips it upside down. It's going to run a bit of code first, and then it's going to test if a condition was true, and if it is true, it's going to run it again until it's false. So it basically, since it runs the code before it tests the condition, even if that condition is false, it already ran the code once. So anytime you want to ensure that you run your code at least once, this is what you need to do. So that's basically it. Let's go ahead and take a look at an example right here. And whoa, easy script boxes. Don't get that close to each other. So let's go ahead and make a counter variable. Make it x. I'm going to set mine equal to 5 because, starting at 0 and 1, it's getting old. Let's start at 5 because, why not? My tutorial. So now the structure for the do while loop is this. Go ahead and write do, D-O, and then go ahead and write whatever code you want. And I'm just going to go ahead and write like document write. Let's go ahead and write the variable first so we can see. So it'll be 5 to begin with, and then go ahead and write something stupid on the screen like hello, and then just go ahead and add a line break because we're going to be printing this out a bunch of times and we don't want it all on the same line. And when you're done, of course, add your semicolon, aka semicolon, and now go ahead and increment x because we don't want it to stay in the same number the whole time or else this loop's going to run forever. So now, after you have your coding syntax, now is where you put the while right here. So we have to give it condition to test. Just write like while x is less than or equal to 20. And then add your semicolon at the end. So as you can see, it's set up a little bit different than the basic while loop. First of all, it has a semicolon at the end. And second, you have your condition before your test and also the special do keyword or special word, whatever you want to call it. So let's go ahead and save this and take a look at it and see what it does. Actually, let me go ahead and add some space there. I'll make it easier to see. It goes 5 hello, 6 hello, 7 hello, 8 hello, 9 hello, 10 hello. I won't go through them all. So it goes all the way until it says x is less than or equal to 20, and then it stops. So let's go ahead and take a look one more time why this happens. Stupid Windows 7. Shaking the boxes, putting them down, shaking them and put them up. But when I'm trying to make a tutorial, I'm like, yeah, this window right here doesn't work like that. So anyways, what we have here is a variable x that started at 5. So this code, regardless of what the condition is, it didn't even look at the condition yet. It's running right now. And then it says, alright, I'm done running the code. And now, you want me to run it again as long as x is less than 20. Well, the next time I run, since we incremented x, it's going to be 6. And I'm going to keep doing this, keep incrementing x each time, 7, 8, 9, all the way to 20. And then, once it gets to 21, it says, alright, is x less than or equal to 20? No, it's greater than 20. So that's when your loop shuts off and quits. So that's why you go 5 all the way to 20, because 20 is in fact less than or equal to 20. It's equal to 20. So that's the basics of a do while loop. Let me show you a case scenario where x could be like 35. See, in this example, the condition isn't true at all, but this loop is going to go ahead and run one time. So let me just go ahead and run that. 35 LO, and then it's going to shut off immediately after that. So whereas if we were to stick this in a while loop, it would never run since it tested the condition first. But since we're in a do while loop, what it does is it runs the code at least one time and then it tests the condition. So by the time it sees that it's false, it already ran it at least once. So that's why it printed it out. So anyways, that's the main difference between a do loop, or excuse me, a do while loop and a basic while loop. It's pretty much a while loop flipped upside down, and you guarantee to run it at least one time. So you're going to see when we're programming when this is going to come in handy and when a while loop is going to be necessary. But for now, just wanted to give you guys the basics. So thank you guys for watching. If you have any questions, don't forget I have a website and a forum you can check out. And also, don't forget to subscribe. So I will see you guys later. What is going on, guys? Welcome back to your 20-second tutorial, and in this tutorial we're going to be beginning to talk about something called event handlers. Now, an event handler is basically our first step towards creating a more interactive and dynamic web page. An event handler is basically running a bit of JavaScript code in response to a user action. For example, whenever they roll over a button or whenever they click a mouse. This is when we can set the JavaScript code to run instead of just running everything right as the web page alone. So as you can see, instead of just making everything happen when the web page loads, we wait for the user's action and it creates the feel of like an interaction. So let's go ahead, and enough of me talking, it's a lot easier if you just see what's going on. So let me go ahead and mention a few things first. First of all, when you're working with event handlers, you don't always need to place the JavaScript inside those two special scripting tags. Event handlers it's kind of special. It's possible to make it outside those scripting tags, and for the first example, that's what I'm going to show you guys how to do. So aside from that, I better mention this. Event handlers can be placed in many locations on a web page. They kind of look like just basic XHTML attributes, but instead of like writing color equals blue, instead of writing a value like blue, this is where you insert the JavaScript. So let's go ahead, and I guess it would be easiest for me to just make one. So one place you can insert event handlers are in form elements, specifically form buttons. So let's go ahead and make a form, and we'll go ahead and insert some event handlers in here. So go ahead and make your basic form, and then go ahead and make a one input. We only need one input, just a basic button on the screen. And in case you forgot from your XHTML tutorials how to do this, you just go ahead and write inputs type equals button. And for the value is basically what is your button gonna say, and we'll just write touch me. So let's go ahead and end this right now, and we'll see what we got. We got a basic plain old button on the screen, doesn't do anything. You just click it a bunch of times and nothing happens. Pretty boring, huh? So let's go ahead and use event handlers to spice this up a bit. Now, event handlers are pretty much built-in keywords that your computer recognizes and knows that it's JavaScript. You don't have to tell it in another function that it's JavaScript. Your browser automatically knows the event handler. So whoever created your browser, they already typed them in there for you. So the only thing you have to remember is these different keywords for event handlers. And the most, well, I don't want to say commonly used because I never did a survey on it, but one of the most commonly used event handlers is called on click, and make sure the C is capitalized. And this is a keyword that says whenever the user clicks this element, and in this case a button right here, then I want to run the bit of JavaScript code in here. So anything you type in between these quotation marks, it has to be JavaScript code, and that's what's going to be ran whenever the user clicks this button. So go ahead, and I'm just going to make a basic alert box. So go ahead and type alert and add your parameters. But check this out. You know, however we make an alert that we usually type some text into it and we put it in double quotation marks like hey now or something like that. Well, since we're working inside an XHTML attribute right now and we have all these double quotation marks, these quotation marks right here tell JavaScript, or excuse me, tell your browser that we're working with attributes. So we can't use those same quotation marks in here. So instead of double quotation marks, we need to use single quotation marks so we don't confuse it. So it doesn't really have an effect on your program at all. It just differentiates between the double ones for your attributes and the single ones for your JavaScript. So go ahead, put single quotation marks in your parameter and go ahead and write something like or write something stupid. And now, just like in JavaScript, with every statement we have to end it with a semicolon. This lets our browser know that we're done running this bit of JavaScript code. So go ahead and save that, refresh it, and our web page looks the same right now, but in fact it's not the same because whenever we touch this button, check it out. An alert box pops up that says pretty cool. So let's go ahead and press OK, and that's the basic of an event handler. So as you can see, before, whenever we were working with JavaScript, our web page loaded and all the JavaScript ran and it did whatever it did, and that was basically it. But now we can wait for the user input, and whenever they do something such as click button, then the JavaScript code runs, and it's just a way to make the web page more interactive and more dynamic. So aside from that, I guess I have time to mention one more thing. You know how I added one statement in there on the onClick attribute, and whenever you touched it, a bit of JavaScript code ran? Well, since we added a semicolon, we can add more than one statement in here. So, for example, let's go ahead and add one alert box that says and let's go ahead and add another one right after that. So, alert, and of course, remember to use your single quotes right in here, and just go ahead and write like 2 times or something different from your first so you can tell that it's different. So now we have 2 different statements. Whenever we click it using this onClick event handler, first it says alert and then it says alert 2 times. Pretty stupid, but hey, it works. So I just clicked the button and it wasn't even in the screen. So check it out. Touch it, press OK, and then it says, oh, I didn't refresh it. There we go. Touch it, and check it out 2 times. And you might have this happening if your code isn't running exactly how you want it. In some browsers, in order to prevent a bunch of ads from popping up, or if you have any like anti-ad, what's it called, antivirus or anti-spyware built in your computer, only one pop-up will pop up, and it's not because your code is wrong. It's because your browser has thinks that you're trying to post a whole bunch of ads, so it'll only pop up one at a time. So if that's happening, then that's your browser, not your code. But anyways, what I want to show you guys here is you're not limited to only one statement. You can add more than one statement. You can add 500 if you want, but you see how I added 2 statements right in here? Whenever you have like 3 or more statements, it's probably easier just to add a function, and then whenever you make your function before, you can just add all your statements in there. But for now, this is just a quick example, so there you go. So anyways, that's the basics of an event handler. I showed you onClick in this tutorial, but in the next tutorial we're going to be going over different types of event handlers, and you'll begin to see why they're useful and what we can do with them. So that's what you got to look forward to. If you have any questions, check out my website or ask me on my forum, and I'll be happy to answer them for you. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you next video. What is going on, guys? Welcome to your 23rd tutorial, and in this tutorial I want to talk to you guys a little more about event handlers. So before, we learned that you can take a basic event handler such as the onClick event handler, and you could place it somewhere such as in a form button. But now what I want to show you guys is there are more event handlers than that basic onClick, and also you can place them in different locations. You're not only limited to form buttons. You can place them in links and actually some places where you probably never even think of. So let's go ahead and make one type of event handler, and this is called the on mouse over event handler, and this gets called whenever you mouse over an element. For example, you don't have to click it, you don't have to, highlight it. As soon as your mouse hovers over it, that's when it gets called. So we could do it with a form button, but we already did that. So let's go ahead and try something new, and let's go ahead and make a link, and might as well make it to the greatest website of all time, the new boston.com, and go ahead and might as well end that, and let's go ahead and write some text like hover over me exclamation point, because we really want to emphasize this. So what I like to do is save it, launch it in Chrome, and click it, make sure our link works. Alright, we're good to go so far. So now we have a basic link on the screen. So now let's go ahead and add that on mouse over event handler. So just like before, like the on click, we add it kind of as an attribute, and that's on mouse over with the M and the O capitalized. Now, as your value, we can set it equal to JavaScript code. So let's just go ahead, and I'm just going to make basic alert boxes. You can do different things, but an alert box is just the easiest to see what's going on with this example. So alerts, and then just go ahead and write something stupid like game time, because I feel like playing Call of Duty right now. So let's go ahead and save this and refresh it and check it out. I'm not going to click it and I'm not going to highlight it. I'm just going to scroll, have my mouse go over it, and as soon as it hovers over it, an alert box pops up that says game time. So that is the beauty of the on mouse over. You don't have to click it. As soon as you hover over it, maybe it should be called on hover over, but it isn't. I don't name them. So that's the basics of that. So now that I mentioned on mouse over, I feel compelled to mention this one, on mouse out. And this is a little bit different. It's whenever you are hovering over a link and you don't click it, but you take your mouse away from it, then that's what this is get called. So let's just go ahead and put game time. Be like, hey, come back. So now let's go ahead and save it and see what happens. Again, no clicking involved here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my mouse, hover over it, nothing happens still. But whenever we take it away, that's when that event handler is going to get called. And again, that's on mouse out. Whenever you take your mouse away from an element. So it says, hey, come back. Then you go ahead and click OK. So technically, if you had a web page and you had like 200 links on it, you could add one of these to every link, and then you can create the most annoying web page ever. But who would want to do that? If you do, then go ahead and send me a link and I'll check it out. But anyways, let's go ahead and get rid of that for now. And actually, might as well go ahead and get rid of this entire link because I want to talk to you guys about a different subject. Now that we know that you can add event handlers to different elements on a web page, I'm going to show you guys one place where you probably wouldn't think that you could add event handlers, and that's in the body tag itself. So go ahead and actually, before we get to that, just add some text on the screen, yada yada yada, and save it and check it out. Our web page loads and we have some basic text on the screen just like that. So we can't just add any event handler to the body, like we can't add on click or on mouse over. There are specific event handlers that you can add to your body tags, and one of those is called on load. And this is going to get called, if I hit my caps lock, this is going to get called whenever your web page is done loading. So let's go ahead and just make a basic alert and make something that says like your web page or website has loaded, exclamation point. Did I spell everything wrong? This wrong, this right, this right, this wrong. Perfect. So let's go ahead and save this, run it, and I'll show you guys what happens. Our web page loads, and when it's done loading, it just says your website has loaded. Good enough. Okay. So you might be thinking, I know it looks like everything's happening at the same time, but if you had a slow motion camera, you could see that your web page loads and then the JavaScript pops up. So that's why it's a little bit different than saying this. Alright, Bucky, if you're going to do that, then why wouldn't you just have the JavaScript right here? Well, sometimes you don't want to run JavaScript as soon as your web page starts loading. You want to run it as soon as everything is complete. And right now, I'm just making alert boxes, and it's not really a useful example, but later on I'll show you guys why it would be useful to load a bit of code after your website has loaded. So now that I showed you guys the onload alert, or excuse me, the onload event handler, you guys are probably thinking, all right, then is there on unload? Wow, definitely had my caps locked, and I definitely typed everything wrong. So on unload, there we go. So now let's go ahead and see what this does. But instead of your website has loaded, because that doesn't make sense anymore, just go ahead and write like goodbye. So the on unload event gets called whenever the user exits a web page, and they can do this by clicking a link and it takes them to another web page, or even if they try to close out of their browser, this code is going to run before it lets them go. So let's go ahead, and I already saved this, refresh it, and it says goodbye. So let me go ahead, and the reason it said goodbye already is because whenever I refreshed it, I left that web page. So check it out. So now I have a web page with that onload, I cannot talk tonight, on unload function already in there. So whenever I try to close out of my browser, it's going to stop me before and it's going to say goodbye. So let's go ahead and close out of this, and it says goodbye before it lets me leave. So click OK, and now let's go ahead and just launch it in Chrome again. See, it loads perfectly like that because we haven't left it yet. So again, whenever I try to close it out of my browser, it says, alright, before you go, I just want to say goodbye. I'll miss you. Farewell. So now you can see the basics of, different types of event handlers. Not only are there different kinds of event handlers like on click, on mouse over, on mouse out, and then your loads, but you can also begin to see that we can stick them in different locations. We're not only limited to buttons or links, and we're not even limited to the body, but in the upcoming tutorials, I'm going to show you guys all the different types and places and why they're useful, and we're going to be getting more in depth because this is one of the main concepts behind JavaScript, and now we can start to see we're beginning to build smarter and more interactive web pages. But for now, that's all you get. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you guys later. What is going on, guys? It's Bucky, and welcome to your 24th tutorial. And in this tutorial, I'm gonna begin talking about object-oriented programming, what objects are, and I'm also going to be showing you guys some built-in objects in JavaScript. So object-oriented programming is definitely one of the coolest features on JavaScript, but it's also one of the most easily misunderstood. So if you ever took a JavaScript class, or maybe you're taking one right now, or maybe just someone tried to explain objects to you. It sounded so confusing and it was just totally twisted and you didn't really understand anything. And also, if you ever read any books, then it was like, what the heck are they talking about? So, everything up until now has been pretty easy with computer programming. I mean, we pretty much could read something or watch the video and understand it. But object oriented programming, it kind of throws a twist on computer programming because everything was kind of set out for you before, but now we're going to be beginning to kind of make our own data types and stuff like that. So, before I confuse you any further, let me just say this. I'm going to be making it really easy to understand what objects are, so just stick with my videos and trust me, it's going to be a whole lot more simple for you. So, let me just say this. If you don't even know what an object is, I'll just put it in the most basic terms. An object is pretty much a weird piece of data that has its own properties and methods. For example, I'm not talking about computer programming language here, I'm talking about real life. If I was an object, Bucky Roberts, I would have my own properties, and my properties would be like things you could put in variables like hair color, brown, favorite baseball team, Red Sox. Eye color, brown. Car, blue. Height, 5'6". Weight, 180. Whatever. Even though I'm not 180. Just saying. Alright, so now we have an object with all these properties. And aside from properties, I can also have something called methods. Now, methods would be the thing that the object does. So, let's list some methods for Bucky Roberts. Drive a car, eat Hot Pockets, make video tutorials, play Call of Duty. So now you can see that an object has two things: properties, which are all the variables, and methods, which are all the things that the object does. So now, combining those two things, you have a pretty good blueprint or outline of me, of my life, of my object. So let's go ahead and take a look at some of the properties and methods that are already built in JavaScript. So let's go ahead and make just a regular variable called tuna, and we'll set this equal to some text like, hey, I am a tuna fish, exclamation point. Well, check it out. Did you know that this variable tuna is indeed an object with its own properties? So in order to get the properties or get the methods of an object, we need to use something called a dot separator. And in order to do this, the syntax is this: go ahead and list your object, which is in this case tuna, then go ahead and add your dot separator. And after this, you can go ahead and list all the properties or all the methods that are associated with this object. So like I said, even though you may not know it, tuna has a property in it, and this is built in the JavaScript already. I'm not making any of this up. It's called length, just like that. And what this does is it counts how many characters are in the variable, which I don't know, this is probably somewhere close to 18 or something, and it pretty much just lists it as a number. It's one of the properties associated with that variable. So if we wanted to write it out on the screen, just write document, write, and then we just go ahead and write tuna dot length. So let's go ahead and save this, refresh, and see what we get. 21. I was a little bit off, but anyways, now we can see that this object, tuna, which is actually a variable, it has a property of it called length. And that length pretty much tells you a little more about this tuna object. So that's basically one of the properties that is built into JavaScript. But for example, one of my properties would be like Bucky hair, and that would say brown. Eyes, that would say brown too. Weight, that would be like 150. So that is basically what a property is. So like I said, objects have two things: properties and methods. We already took a look at properties. Now let's go ahead and take a look at methods. And in order to do this, we don't even have to learn anything new because we've been using something all along. And that is document.write. And then this is how you write something out on the screen, like, hey now, brown cow. So I know I didn't talk about this really before because I didn't want to talk about object-oriented programming, but now it is time to understand what this all means. Well, believe it or not, The document is actually an object itself. If you're looking at your web browser right here, you see a bunch of little pieces. The toolbar, the your favorites, the X, maximize, minimize, and this big white box right here that's pretty much the body of your web page. It's a big white square, and in JavaScript language, this is called the document of your web page. So that's where the object, the document, gets its name from. It's pretty much a document. So all these pieces, those are called different things, but this is the document object. If it had properties, it would be white, rectangle, four sides. Maybe you could calculate its perimeter or area or anything, but those would be all the properties associated with it. Now the methods with the document, it can do basically one thing we learned so far, and that's write text on the screen. So now you can see that just like before, you write your object name to the left hand side, which is document, and to the right hand side, you write the method. And this method is called write. So that's why you can use objects and methods to actually do something. So for example, if you're writing something with my object, you would write Bucky right here, and you would write eat hot pockets right here, or you might write Bucky make tutorials right there. But now the object is document, and one of the methods is write. And of course, I don't have to tell you guys what this means. It just means write text out on the screen. So all I wanted to get through you guys in this tutorial is there are some objects that are already built in JavaScript, and in order to use them, you go ahead and write the object name with the dot separator, and you can either write the variables or properties right here, or the functions and methods right there. So that is what a dot separator is, and that's the basics of objects. It's pretty much just something with its own properties and methods. Simple enough. So now you're saying, alright, that was interesting and all. So now what do you want me to do? Like go ahead and memorize every single object that's built into JavaScript? Well, you can do that, but it'll be kind of a waste of time. The reason I'm showing you guys this is because in the next tutorial, I'm going to teach you guys how to create objects of your own. And like I said, I gave you guys an example like Bucky eat hot pockets and stuff, but we're going to be making objects and having them do computer related stuff like pop up alert boxes and open windows and maybe make some calculations or something. So now that you understand the basics of an object and how you can separate things using a dot separator, we can begin making our very own objects. So I know this is a little confusing and different than what we've been learning before, but trust me, once you learn this, a whole new world is going to be open up to you, and your life, you're going to feel fulfilled. So if you had any empty feeling in your heart before, or maybe you were depressed, trust me, this is the best. This is the best medicine, object-oriented program. So that's all I have for you guys. That's my inspirational speech for this video. So thank you guys for watching. In the next video, we're going to be creating our very own objects. So I'll see you then. Alright guys, welcome back to your 25th JavaScript tutorial, and in this tutorial I'm going to teach you guys how to create your own objects. So like I said before, an object is pretty much a special type of data that has its own properties and its own methods. And today we're going to be creating an object that has a couple properties with it. We won't be talking about methods now, but maybe in the future tutorial, or definitely in the future tutorial, we will. So basically, there are a couple of different ways that we can make our own objects. One of the ways, and probably the easiest way, is to use something called a constructor function. And like I said before, an object is pretty much a blueprint. So that's what we're going to be doing in this tutorial. So in order to make our own object, what people typically do is whenever they're making this blueprint, they go ahead and take the script and they stick it in the head. So let's go ahead and do that. Put your script tags in the head, and whenever we're printing stuff out, we try to do that in the body. So for now, since we're not printing anything out, let's just go ahead and stick this in the head. So in order to create this special thing called a constructor function, it looks basically just like any other function. Go ahead and type the name function just like that, and we're going to be making a blueprint, or aka object, for people. So go ahead and name it like person or people or whatever you want. So we have an object called person. Now let's go ahead and list some properties that are going to be associated with every person. We can't say like something very specific. We have to list properties that are associated with every person. So every person in the world has a name and they have an age. You can't list like favorite computer because some people don't even have computers. So don't list something like that. Make it general, like a name and age. So now in your body, here is what we do. Now this is kind of weird, but this is how they set it up. Whenever we want to take a value and assign it to a person, we need to use a special keyword called this. And later on, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be calling this method and being like Bucky Roberts 24, Taylor Swift 20, Bucky's mom 38. So we're going to be passing it in information and assigning it to that object. So in order to say, all right, we want to work with this current object, you need to give it a special keyword called this. I know it's weird, but this is what you have to do. And this basically means is we're working with the current object. Why it would ever work with another object, I don't know, but trust me, it's stupid. I understand, but it's what you have to do. So this current object's name is whatever name we pass in there. So it's going to take like Bucky Roberts and it's going to assign it to the object's name. This is pretty much saying this. Whatever information we pass in and whatever information we want to assign to the object. That's all it does, really. So now we have to do it with age. This object's age is going to be equal to whatever the age we tell it to pass in. Simple enough. So I was saying, alright, this is basically called a constructor function, and it's basically a blueprint for a function. So now we have the blueprints right here, but we really don't have an object yet. All we have is the instructions telling us how to make one. So let's go ahead and make a couple objects right now. In order to make a new object, and by the way, let me just tell you guys this. I say make a new object, but if you're taking a test for college or something, it's actually called creating a new instance of an object. So I say it like, the straight up way, but the technical term, put on your quiz, create a new instance of an object. So, say that and your teacher will probably, I don't want to say get a hard on or something. So in order to create a new object, it's just like creating a new variable. Variable, and then you list the name of your object. I'm going to create a Bucky object. So in order to do that, go ahead and set it equal to this. Whenever you create a new instance, aka whenever you create an object, you have to use the keyword new. This is telling JavaScript we're about to create a new object. So after this, we write what blueprint do we want to use? Well, since we're going to be creating a new Bucky object and we only have one blueprint, obviously, it's going to be the person blueprint. So it says, alright, since you're using that person blueprint, it takes two pieces of information. The first thing that I need is the name, and the second thing I need is the age. Okay, let's go ahead and give that to you. Name, Bucky Roberts, age 24. And make sure, remember, any strings have to be in quotation marks and any numbers don't have to be. So that is basically how you create a new object. Your object's name, what blueprint you want to use, and any information it needs. So let's go ahead and create another one real quick. Var, let's make one for Taylor Swift since she is cute. New, of course, she's a person too, but her name, Taylor Swift, and I don't know her age, but I'm gonna guess like 20 or something. I don't know, who knows. Either she was 20 or she is gonna be 20 at one point, so good enough. So now we have two objects, a Bucky object and a Taylor object. Bucky object now has two properties. Its name is Bucky Roberts, and its age is 24. Oh, I got like kennel cough or something. And then we have a Taylor object. The Taylor object's name is Taylor Swift, and the Taylor object's age is 20. So that's pretty cool. We have a blueprint right here, and we actually created the objects down here. But why is this useful? Well, can we print it out or something? Oh, yes, we can. So remember, like I said, anytime you want to print something out, you should do so in the body. So let's go ahead and print out this stuff right now. Document, write. So anytime, just like before in the last tutorial, I told you guys you want to use an object's properties, you need to list the name of the object. And let's go ahead, we have two objects to choose from, Bucky and Taylor. Let's go ahead and print out my name first. So list the name of your object, Bucky, and then using a dot separator, you list the name of its property or variables. So Bucky's name should print out Bucky Roberts. Pretty cool, huh? So let's go ahead and see another example. If we wanted to print out Taylor Swift's age, we would write the object Taylor, and the property we want to access is age. So let's go ahead and save this, and it should print out 20, just like that. So like I said, this is just a better way of organizing data. Instead of going, calling a function or anything like that to access Taylor Swift's age, the only thing we need to do now is list the name of the object and what property we want to access. So Bucky's name, Bucky's age, Taylor Swift's name, Taylor Swift's age. It's a whole lot easier than creating a bunch of functions to display all that information. So again, to recap one last time, in order to create the blueprint for an object, you pretty much do something called create a constructor function, and that is the technical name. And in order to do that, you write what type of object do you want to be making, and then list the information that it needs, and then say, alright, with that information that we're going to pass in, we want to assign it to that object. So Bucky's name is going to be Bucky Roberts. Taylor's age is going to be 20. And then, now that we have a blueprint, we can go ahead and make as many objects as we want. I made 2 in this example, but we can either make 5, 10, 5,000 if we want. It doesn't matter. And after that, whenever you want to use any information from an object, you go ahead and write the object's name and the variable or the properties associated with it. And again, don't forget, if you're watching this tutorial because your teacher confused you in JavaScript class or something like that, whenever you're creating objects, I say creating objects, but the technical term is creating an instance of an object. And the technical term for this is called a constructor function. So there you go. There's your answers for your test. And that's the basics of how to create our very own objects. So this is one way we can create objects. Another way, I'm going to be teaching you that in maybe a couple tutorials, maybe the next tutorial. I haven't decided yet, but for now, that's all you get. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe. Don't forget to check out my website, and I will see you guys later. What's going on, guys? It's Bucky, and welcome back to your 26th JavaScript tutorial. Now, in one of the tutorials before, I told you guys that there are a couple different ways to create objects. One way is to use something called a constructor function. Well, in this tutorial, I'm going to be talking to you guys about the different type of way, or another way to create objects, and this is called object initializers. An object initializer is a lot faster than a constructor function because it's only one line of code as opposed to a whole function and then creating the object. It pretty much takes everything and squishes it together in one line. And why would you use this, and when would you use a constructor function? You would use this whenever you're creating basically only one or two objects of the same type. For example, if you're creating like 500 person objects, then you probably want to use a constructor function. But if you're just creating one Bucky object or a Bucky and a Taylor object, then this is fine. So for this example, it's probably a little more easier, and this is probably what you want to do when you're just starting out making objects. So let's go ahead and in our head, since we're just going to be creating our objects now and not typing anything out, let's go ahead and create our objects right now. So you don't use the keyword var and you don't use the keyword new. The only thing you need to do when making object initializers is type the name of whatever you want your object to be named. And I want my object to be named Bucky. And go ahead and set that equal to all the properties you want to set it equal to, whatever it is. So like before, we made a constructor function that had a name and an age. Well, now let's go ahead and do the same thing. So in order to do that, go ahead and write the name of the property, which is name, then add a colon. Now after this, you write the value which you want it to equal. So I want the name of Bucky to be Bucky Roberts. And now you say, alright, we want another property now. So in order to do that, just go ahead and separate it with a comma, and then go ahead and type in the name of the property, which is age, and set this equal to whatever value you want to be equal to, 24. So as you can see, instead of writing each property on a separate line with the constructor function, all you do now is separate your properties with a comma and go ahead and list the property colon value, property colon value. And I have two properties in here, but you can have 1,000 if you want. The only thing you have to remember is separate them all with a comma. Pretty cool, huh? So now let's go ahead and make another object. What the heck? What am I, Chinese? Just so we can see more clearly what's going on. So I'll go ahead and make that other Taylor object just like before. And sorry if I offended any Oriental people there, but one of the properties is name, and I would want this to be equal to Taylor Swift, and another property is age. So go ahead and add my comma, property age, and for the value is 20. So now we have two objects. Bucky's name is Bucky Roberts, Taylor's name is Taylor Swift, Bucky's age is 24, Taylor's age is 20. Easy enough. So now, just like before, the body can be the exact same. Anytime you want to use your object, it's no different than before. Just go ahead and write your object name, like Bucky, and then go ahead and write whatever property you want to use, like age, name, whatever. So let's go ahead and take a look at a quick example. Document.write, and go ahead and write like Bucky name loves Taylor name because she is Taylor age. Now let's see if I mixed anything up or messed it up or whatever. Bucky Roberts loves Taylor Swift because she is 20. Pretty cool. So like before, we can see that whenever we want to use one of these properties, just go ahead and write the object property, object property, object property. Simple enough, eh? So now we see that we have two different ways we can make objects, using object initializers, which are these, or using constructor functions. And like I said, if we had more than two people like Bucky, Taylor, John, Steven, Tony, Mikey, Maddie, we would have to, we won't have to, but it's probably better to use a constructor function. But now that we only have one or two objects, using an object initializer is fine. So that's when you would use object initializers as opposed to constructor functions. So for now, that's all I have for you. In the next tutorial, I don't know what I'm going to be talking about, but trust me, it's going to be awesome. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe. Don't forget to check out my website, yada yada yada, and I'll see you later. What is going on, guys? Welcome to your 27th JavaScript tutorial, and in this tutorial I'm going to be teaching you guys how to add methods to your objects. So let's go ahead, and the first thing that we need is a constructor function. So function, go ahead and name it just people or something, and just like before, we'll give it a name and an age. So all these people will have two properties, a name and an age, and we make sure of that by setting their object's name to whatever we pass in for name, and the object's age to whatever we pass in for age. Simple enough. So we have a constructor function. Now we can begin actually making objects. So var, let's go ahead and make an object called Natalie and set equal to, we don't need that yet, a new object from the people blueprint basically, and the name, it takes two parameters, first name, Natalie Portman, and her age, she's probably like 28, I'm guessing. I don't know, who knows. So anyways, we already know that we can access, Natalie's name, Natalie's age. We can go ahead and print that out, yada yada. We learned that before. But what we're learning in this tutorial is how to add methods to this object. And by the way, a method is pretty much just a function that uses some of these properties. So you know how a function might calculate the temperature converted to Fahrenheit to Kelvin? Well, methods take properties like this, like it would take her age, and calculate how many years until retirement, or calculate when she's going to die, or calculate when she was born, or something like that. So it takes some of these properties from this object and it makes a calculation with it. So let's go ahead and calculate how many years until Natalie Portman can retire. She can probably retire right now because she's extremely wealthy, but let's go ahead and say that the retirement age is 65. So in order to create a method, here's what we do. Just like any other function, go ahead and give it a name, years left. Looks good. Won't take any parameters. And the first thing that we need to do is calculate, or in other words, give a variable that we can return. So let's go ahead and make a variable named num years, and this is going to store the number of years until she turns 65, because at 65 she can retire. So let's go ahead and just write 65 minus her age, and in order to use this object's age, you use this dot age, and whatever object you pass in for there, it's going to take their age and it's going to subtract it to 65 from 65, excuse me. So I'm 24, so if it was to calculate for me, it would be 41. If someone was 20, it would be 45. If someone was 65, it would be 0. So anyways, how many years until you turn 65? That's what's going to be stored right in here. And now, remember, whenever we want it to make a calculation and give us the answer back, we need to return it. Whenever we return something, it takes that calculation and returns it to you. So then you can print out the value of it and cool stuff like that. So num years. So what I like to do is just go ahead and highlight that to make sure they're both the same. And now that they're both the same, we're good to go. So this function is basically going to work like this. Whenever you call this function, it's going to say, alright, what object did you give me? I'm going to take their age, I'm going to subtract it from 65, and I'm going to give you the answer back. Simple enough. But it's saying, alright, here is the blueprint for the object, so how does this object know to use that function? Well, it doesn't just yet, so that's what we have to do in this next line of code. In order to tell this object that basically we want to use this function, or in order to tell it that this function is just not a random function, we actually want to associate it with this object. Here's what we need to do. Just like every other thing, every other object property, you go ahead and assign this dot, and then you write whatever you want your property to be named, and just go ahead and put years until retire or something like that. Did I spell everything right? Looks good enough. So then what you do is you have three properties for your object. Every person in the world has a name, has an age, and has a certain amount of years until they can retire. Their name is whatever we give it, their age is whatever we give it, and the years until retire, it has to make a calculation. What is that calculation going to be based off? It's going to be based off this function right here. So we don't set it equal to a number like 65 or anything like that. We set it equal to the name of this function. So if we go ahead and copy that and paste it, and here's the one thing that can confuse you guys. You don't add parentheses at the end of this. I know it's weird, but they made it this way so your object knows that this method is associated with this object. So this makes sense. We pass it in a name, we pass it in an age. But for this last one, we make it just like any other object property, just like this one or this one. But instead of a value that we pass it in, we set it equal to a name of a function without the parameters. And the reason we don't add parameters for that is because it's going to take all its parameters already from the object. Pretty cool, huh? So now, with that being said, let's just go ahead and use this. So now we can do something like document write. Again, we already have an object, Natalie. Her name's Natalie Portman, and her age is 28. So now, anytime we want to calculate her years until retire, here's what we do. Just go ahead and write the name of the object, Natalie, and then just go ahead and write years. Check it out. She has three properties. We can either print out her name, her age, or years until retire. So just go ahead and copy that, paste it, and here is where you need parameters, just like that. Simple enough. So let's go ahead and print it out, see how it works. 37 years until Natalie Portman can retire. So let's go ahead and make another object real quick. One for me, why not? I'll make an object Bucky. My name is of course Bucky Roberts, and my age is 24. So now let's go ahead and put Bucky years until retire, save it, and see what I get. 41. 41 years until I can retire. So basically, to sum it up one last time, this is what you do whenever you want to add methods to your object. You already have a constructor function with properties. I have a name, I have an age, we know all that. So whenever you want to assign a function to your object, you take the name of the function and you assign it just like you would any other object property. Simple enough. And don't forget, whenever you make your function, the only thing you have to do to get the extra information is put this object's age. If we wanted to print out my name, you would write like document write this name. Easy enough. So then whenever you want to actually use that function, or excuse me, the method now, you just write the name of your object and then right there, check it out. Not the function name, but the object property name. Simple enough. So there are just a couple neat little tricks that you have to watch out for. The first one is don't include your parentheses right here. That's your way of telling JavaScript that this method is actually a part of this object because it has no parentheses. And the last thing is whenever you actually use it, add your parentheses after this. It's a little confusing, but trust me, if you do it like 3 times, you'll get the hang of it and it'll be a breeze. So that is how you add methods to objects. So now we basically learn everything about an object. How to create a constructor function, how to add basic properties, and how to add methods. So simple enough. Thank you guys for watching. And the next tutorial, probably going to be talking about objects a little more. So if you're confused at all, just move on to the next one. And got some phlegm in my throat, and you'll be fine. So again, thank you for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you next tutorial. What is going on, guys? It is Bucky, and welcome to your 28th JavaScript tutorial. Now, before we continue talking about objects, I need to talk to you guys about something called an array. And the reason I need to do this is because objects use very often this thing called an array. So before I start talking to you about how to use an array with your objects, I need to actually teach you guys what an array is, why it's useful, how to create them, and all that fun stuff. So basically, I'm going to put it as simple as possible. An array is basically a way to store multiple values in a single variable, or in other words, a single object. So before we had one variable and one value. Well, now we can have more than one value in the same variable. So you're saying, alright, Bucky, that just seems confusing, complex. Why on earth would you want to do that? Well, believe it or not, whenever you're working with long lists of like people's names or ages or maybe a long list of social security numbers, it's a lot easier and faster to create an array, and it's a lot more easier to manage whenever you're working with a long list. There you go. So let me show you guys a quick example of something you would need to create an array with. So for example, if you had to list like a bunch of people's names, you might do this: var person1 equals Bucky, var person2 equals Tommy, and you do this 800 times. Well, that's going to take 800 lines of code, and then if you had to print them all out, it would take another 800 lines of code, and it just gets all jumbled. So an easier way we can do this is to create something called an array, and then whenever you had to list them all and print them out, it might only take 10 lines of code. So now you can begin seeing the advantages. So let's go ahead and learn how to first create an array. Creating an array is similar to creating a new object, and by that I mean you go ahead and type a variable and then you type the name of your array. So let's go ahead and make an array with a bunch of people's names. So I'm going to name my array people. Makes sense? So now what you have to do, just like when you're creating a new instance, new, but instead of your object name, you go ahead and write the name array. And this is built in. This is always going to be named array. And this tells JavaScript we're about to create a new array. Plain and simple. Now, as your parameters, you go ahead and type all of the values you want to store in that people array. So the first value I want to store is Bucky. The second one is Tommy. The third one is Sarah. The fourth one is Hannah with one end. Who cares? And the fifth one is Mikey. Mikey T. Who the heck cares? So now you can see, instead of creating 5 different lines with 5 different variables and 5 different values, we made this all on one line. How easy and compact is that? So now you're saying, alright, that kind of makes sense. So you have 5 different values in one variable, it looks like. So whenever I'm trying to use this later on, like document, if I spell it right, document.write. Okay, Bucky, how am I supposed to print out like the name Bucky or something? Well, if I go ahead and type people, I know that's the name of the array, but how's it know what one I'm supposed to be talking about right here? Well, we have an array created right here, and whenever we want to access one of the values of it, we have to add something called an array index. Now, an array index is basically this. Each of these values in here is numbered. And remember, whenever you teach a kid to count, you probably tell them to start at 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But with computers, computers talk in all zeros and ones. And just remember, anytime you're working with computers, computers learn to start counting at 0. People learn to start counting at 1. So this computer is going to say 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So whenever you want to access this one, it wouldn't be 3, it would be 0, 1, 2. Alright, so now we know that each of these values is labeled with a number called an index. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So how do we access that? Well, you go ahead and you write the name of your array, and then in between square brackets, you write the number of that index. So Bucky would be 0. So now if we go ahead and save this and print it out, check it out, Bucky right there. So now let's go ahead and access like something like Hannah. 0, 1, 2, 3. So people 3 should be Hannah. Save that and print it out. Hannah. Simple enough. So the only thing that you have to remember is this. In order to create an array, just go ahead and write the name of your array, and then go ahead and write new array, and then write as many values as you want inside your array. And anytime you want to access it, you just write the name of your array, and in between square brackets, go ahead and write that index. And remember, unlike whenever people count, computers don't start with 1, they start with 0. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So you can access any of these elements by using the index 0 through 4. And look what happens whenever you try to access something outside like 5. It's going to give you something called undefined because your computer is not going to know what you're talking about. So go ahead and save this and refresh, and it says undefined. This is pretty much JavaScript's way of saying you got an error, you did something wrong, go fix it. So basically that is how you create an array, and in the future tutorials I'm going to be showing you why these are useful and why it's a lot easier than creating just multiple variables. But for now, that's all I got for you guys. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, don't forget to check out my website, and I'll see you next video. What is going on, guys? Welcome to your 29th tutorial, and in this tutorial I'm going to show you guys some different ways to create an array. The first way I'm going to show you guys is how to create an array by you basically tell it how many things you're going to store in it, and then you store the things in it. So unlike before where you do everything at once, this is just a different way where you can create an array. So the first thing that we need to do is create the array and tell it how many items we're going to store in it. So I'm going to make an array called things, and of course you set it equal to new array. And instead of listing all your items in there, what you need to do is just list a number. So I'm going to say 3. This tells our array that we're going to store 3 items in it. So now what we need to do is we need to treat each index like a variable and assign it a value. But remember, we don't start at 1, then go to 2 to 3. Since we're storing 3 things in it, we start with 0, and then we go to 1, and then we go to 2. So even though we said we're going to store 3 things in you, we actually never use the index of 3, just 0, 1, and 2. In 0, 1, and 2, that's 3 things. So in order to assign values to these variables, things, 0, and then you just assign a value to this, like, I don't know, what's one thing? Jersey Shore. Looks good. So now what we need to do is we need to do this 2 more times. So just go ahead and copy this, and just like that, easy. There we go. So things 0, 1, and 2. So we can list Jersey Shore in all of them, but let's go ahead and list Jersey Shore. Brian Regan, that's one of my favorite comedians, and also as a third one, the New Boston. So now what we did is this. We created the shell of the array by basically saying, alright, we're creating an empty array called things, but we're gonna be storing 3 things in it. So what this does is JavaScript says, alright computer, set aside some space, so when he enters the 3 things, you can do it just fine. So believe it or not, you can actually make some code right here and then do it later on. It doesn't have to be right after it, but I just did it right after because I really don't have anything else to code. So just like before, whenever we want to access one of our items in our array, let's just go ahead and print it out on the screen. Document write. You do it just like normal. Type the name of your array and then the index just like that. Now whenever you print it out, check it out. The New Boston. So unlike before, say you wanted to make an array and then you wanted to write some code and then you wanted to assign values to those indexes. This is one alternative way you can do this. And actually later on I'm going to be showing you some programs where you need to do it this way. You don't always have the availability to make an array and list all your items in there right as you create your array. Sometimes you have to wait to, I don't know, maybe the user needs to enter information, or maybe you need to go grab it from a database. So you can't always add all your information in your array as soon as you create it. So that's why I needed to show you guys this. Now, the last different kind of way, I guess I could say, of making an array is it's pretty much the same as we did before, but instead of adding a number where it sets aside space, we're not going to add any number at all. And this is going to create an empty array, an array that we can add items to dynamically or change the size as it goes on. So say we wanted to create an array of things that the user likes. But the thing is, we don't know how many things they're going to put, so we don't know the size of the array right now. And we also can't create an array and list all the items right now because, like I said, we don't know how many things they like, we don't know what they like, so we pretty much just need to create the shell of an array. So in order to do that, here's what you do. Go ahead and make a variable and name it like stuff or something like that. I don't know, name your array anything you want. And then, of course, you type new array, but since we don't know how many items are going to be placed in this array or even what the items are, just go ahead and add empty parentheses just like that. What this does is saying, alright, I'm going to create an array and I'm going to call it stuff, but I'm just going to add elements as you tell me to add them. I'm not going to set aside 4 spaces and I'm not going to add anything to it by default. I'm pretty much just creating an array right now, so later on whenever you want to use this array, it's available to you. So you can actually, maybe do some random coding. Variable x equals 9. Variable tuna equals 54 or 65 minus 54. And you do all your coding you need to. And then later on when you say, hey, I actually need to use that array right now, here's what you do. Just go ahead and take whatever index you need to store that value in and store anything you want in it, like Baconator, just like that. Looks pretty good. And then you can do this as many times as you want. So you're not limited to, 4 spots or 3 spots or whatever. You can go ahead and add your items dynamically as you need them. So stuff 1 equals old pumpkins, just like that. So now you can see this is a kind of a different way of making an array. Like I said, this pretty much just creates an array that you can use later on. And then, of course, whenever you need to actually use those indexes, you can, just like we have always before. Document dot write, and then just go ahead and type the name of your array, which was stuff, and type the index, which was 1, and this should print out old pumpkins on the screen. Check it out, old pumpkins. Pretty cool, huh? So that is how you create an array using the method of assigning space beforehand and also creating an empty array. So now, with all of our information, we know how to create an array 3 different kinds of ways. And you might think, alright, I just use the one whatever works for me, whatever I think is the best. Well, sometimes you can do this, but other times when you're writing a program, you need to use one over the other. It's a lot better too. So keep all of these in mind. Just don't remember one of them and think that you can forget about the other two. So anyways, that's all I have for you right now. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you next video. What is going on, guys? Welcome back to your 30th tutorial. And like I said before, arrays are indeed objects. And since they are objects, and that we know objects have properties and methods, does this mean arrays have properties and methods? Well, yes, it does. So let me give you an example of both. The first thing we need to do is obviously create an array. So let's go ahead and create an array called dudes, and we'll just set this equal to new array, and we'll make this the easy way. And we'll just go ahead and put like Bucky, Dan for Dan Henderson, and Randy for Randy Couture. If you know who those people are, then let me know. Thumbs up. So we go ahead and we made an array. So let's go ahead and take a look at some of the properties. There are several built-in properties, but probably the most common property that you're going to use when working with array is the length. Now the length property is just a number telling you how many items are in your array. So document write, of course, put the name of your array, which is dudes, and in order to access the property, just like anything else when working with objects, use the dot separator and the name of the property, which is length. Now if you want to take a look at all the properties, then there's probably a website you can go to, but like I said, the length one it's basically the only one I ever use when programming, and it's the one that you're going to use most commonly. So you see right here it says 3 because I have Bucky, Dan, and Randy. There are 3 elements. That's all it does. So we know that array has properties such as length, but what exactly are the methods associated with this object? I mean, how many different things can we do to an array? Well, in order to use some of the methods, you typically need another array, and that is because a lot of the methods deal with either combining the arrays or adding one array to another one or sorting through an array. So let's go ahead and create another array right now so we can go ahead and take a look at an example. So we already have a array called dudes. Let's go ahead and make another array called chicks and set equal to new, easy caps lock, new array, and set this equal to 3 girl names, Lisa, Aaron, and also Hannah. So now we have 2 arrays, dude and chicks. So the first method I want to show you, it's probably the easiest method to understand. It's called the concat, and I think this is short for concatenate, and it pretty much does this. It takes 2 arrays and adds them together, and it creates an entirely new array. So let's go ahead and create a new array called people, and we're going to set this equal to, it's pretty much going to combine this array with this array. But you're saying, alright, how do I know what order it combines them in and how the elements are listed? Well, it's going to take one array and stick it on the end of another array. So what array do you want to be at the beginning? So I want dudes to be at the beginning, and in order to use this method, again, use the dot separator, which is concat, and as your parameter you list what array do you want to stick on the end of this, and I want chicks to be on the end of this. So what this is going to do is it's going to take the dudes array and stick chicks on the end of it. So now we have a new array called people with 6 different elements in it: Bucky, Dan, Randy, Lisa, Aaron, Hannah. That's our brand new array stored in people. So we already created that, so let's just go ahead and print out something on the screen like document.write, and let's just go ahead and write the last element of people, and that would be the 5th, because remember this is index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this should, if I'm correct, print out Hannah, and check it out. It did just like that. So now you're saying, alright, I get the idea of concat, but what if I wanted this array first and this one second? Well, all you'd have to do is take that chicks and add dude to the end of it, or dudes, excuse me, and now Randy would be the last element. So let's go ahead and refresh and check it out. Randy. So that's an example of one method that we can use when we take a look at arrays. So now I just wanted to stress in this tutorial that arrays are indeed objects, and every every object has properties such as the length, and it also has methods that you can use. And we took a look at one method, which is concat, and all concat does is it takes two arrays, sticks them together, and puts it into a brand new array. So pretty cool, huh? So that is what I want to talk to you guys about in this tutorial. In the next tutorial, I'm going to be talking more about some other array methods, and they're going to be a lot more useful, and trust me, there's a lot to learn when it comes to array methods, so you definitely don't want to miss out on it. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next tutorial. What is going on, guys? Welcome to your 31st JavaScript tutorial, and in this tutorial I'm going to be teaching you about a couple new methods. The first method I want to talk about is something called the join method. Now what the join method does is it takes an array and converts it to a string. So this method is really useful whenever you have an array and you want to output all the elements to the user. So this is the main method that people use whenever they're converting it to a string. So again, let's go ahead and take a look at it. So let's go ahead and create an array of my favorite movies and just set equal to new array, and I'm gonna go ahead and Avatar. That was a pretty good movie, even though I'm spelling it wrong. And let's see, Good Will Hunting, one of my faves. And let's see, Vanilla Sky, kind of quirky, but hey, I liked it. And let's add one more. Fight. Wow, definitely typed that wrong. Fight Club, just like that. So now let's see how many movies I have. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I have 4 elements in the array. So if you're saying, alright, what's an easy way where we can convert this to a string? Well, what we can do is go ahead and make a regular variable and just go ahead and name it string1. So we're going to make a string variable. So in order to do this, here's what we need to do. Go ahead and write the name of your array, movies, and then go ahead using a dot separator, we're going to call the method join. Now it doesn't take any parameters, and what it does is it's going to take every element in your array, separate it with a comma, and convert it to a string. So now that string is stored in the variable string1. So now whenever we want to write this on the screen, we just have to write string1. And now let's go ahead and save this and see what we get. Avatar, Good Will Hunting, Vanilla Sky, and Fight Club. And as I told you, it doesn't take any parameters, and whenever it doesn't take any parameters, by default it separates your list with a comma. But if you're saying, alright, what if I want to separate it with something other than a comma, like a hyphen or something like that? Well, it doesn't take any parameters by default, but you can pass it in a parameter if you want. It's optional. If you do pass in a parameter, then it's gonna exchange that comma for something else. So for example, if we use a hyphen instead of nothing, what it does is it changes all those commas to hyphens. So check it out. Now you can have a customized string depending on, well, first you need to use that join method, and it actually depends on what parameter you pass it in. And one thing you may have noticed, make sure you pass your parameters in between quotation marks, because you're passing it in as a string technically. So just want to throw that out there. So now we know how to convert an array to a string. Pretty cool, definitely useful. But another method that I want to teach you guys about is called the pop method, P-O-P. And what this does is it removes the last element from an array. So for example, I have 4 elements in here, and the index is 0, 1, 2, 3. So let's go ahead and just write out like document.write. Let's go ahead and write the last element just to verify that it is indeed there, and that would be movies index 3. And let's go ahead and add a break because we're going to be needing it later on. So now what should appear is Fight Club. It's the 3rd index, which is the 4th element. So 0, 1, 2, 3. So Fight Club, as we just saw on the screen, is the last element in the array. So now if we call this pop method, and in order to do that, just go ahead and write the name of your array object, movies, and add pop. Now pop doesn't take any parameters, but what it does do is it's pretty much gonna alter your array where it's still called movies, but now instead of having 4 elements, it only has 3. So now your movies array consists of Avatar, Good Will Hunting, and Vanilla Sky. So now we're saying, alright, what happens if we try to document.write that element out now, which is movies 3. Well, movies 3 doesn't even exist anymore since it only has 0, 1, 2. So it's going to give you an undefined. So check it out. At beginning, we made an array called movies. It had 4 elements. Whenever we printed out the last element, it gave us Fight Club. Appropriate. And then we altered the array. We said, alright, for this movies array, call the method pop. And what this pop did is it took the last element and it popped it off. So now our array only had 3 elements, 0, 1, and 2. So whenever we tried to print out the 4th element, it said undefined. So that is what the pop method does. It pretty much removes the last element from the array. And what we can do here is call it again, and then it would only have 2 in it. So again, we can call it as many times as we want. It's pretty much simple, self-explanatory. So now that you saw it, you can begin moving on to my next tutorial. So remember, join converts an array to a string, and pop removes the last element from the array. So as long as you understand those concepts, you're ready to move on to my next tutorial. So thank you guys very much for watching, and don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you next video. What's going on, guys? Welcome back to your 30-second JavaScript tutorial. And in this tutorial, I'm going to be talking about the last array methods. Now, there are a couple more that I didn't cover, but these are the most basic ones, most well-known, and also the ones that you're going to be working with the most often. So if you want to learn all of them, then, I don't know, go on like the website for JavaScript arrays or something. But for now, I think this is all I need to cover. So in this tutorial, I'm going to be teaching you about the reverse, push, and sort methods. So before we get into that, we actually need an array. And I'm going to make an array of body parts. So I'm just going to name it BP because, way too lazy to type out body parts. So let's go ahead and put like head, shoulders, knees, and can you guess? Toes. Head, shoulders, knees, and toes, knees, and toes. Anyways, so the first thing I'm going to be teaching about is called the reverse method. And what this does is you take your array and you reverse it. It doesn't take any parameters because you're just reversing it. So now our BP array is toes, knees, shoulders, and head, as opposed to head, shoulders, knees, and toes. So I'm not going to print it out because, trust me, it reversed it. Just believe me. So aside from that, the next method I want to show you guys is something called the push method. Now, the push method is kind of the opposite of pop. You know how pop took the last element and removed it from the end of your array? What the push method does is it adds element onto the end of your array. So you can either add one element or multiple elements. So for example, if you wanted to add one element on the end of your array, you would push one element on, like tongue, and this would add tongue to the end of your array. If you wanted to add another one, you can either call this method again, or you can just separate it with a parameter and add another body part to the end of your array. So what this would do is add these elements onto the end of your array. Simple enough. So the last method I want to talk to you guys about that I'm going to introduce is called the sort method. And all this does is it takes all your elements in your array and it sorts them in alphabetical order. So no matter if you reverse them, push them, or what you did before, this is now going to take all of these elements and sort them out in alphabetical order and replace them in your array. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to print this out on the screen, and by the time I'm doing this and by the time I'm done writing this code, I want you guys to see if you can type all of these in alphabetical order. So let me see if I can code this, or you can type it faster. So ready, set, go. String 1 equals BP join. Oh, crap, I'm getting too nervous. BP join document right. Wow, if you guys don't win, then that is embarrassing. Document right string 1. Now let me go ahead, save, refresh, and bam. So I'm guessing that since I was incredibly slow, I think I took like 20 seconds. That is what you guys should have guessed. So if you can sort this manually faster than I can, then that's embarrassing. If I didn't have like 8,000 typos, then maybe I'd stand a chance. But anyways, now that I just raced you guys, let me explain what I just did. What I did is I joined them, and remember what this method does. It takes your array and it converts it to a string separated by a comma, and it stored that in the variable string1. And then all I did is I wrote string1 on the screen. So that's how I got this. So basically, we reversed it, we pushed two elements on, and then it sorted it. So basically, reversing it did nothing. But anyways, we did it anyways. So we basically added two elements into this array, and we sorted it alphabetically. And as you can see, now this array is in alphabetical order: H, K, L, S, T, T. So that's alphabetical order. There you go. So that's all I have for you guys for different array methods. Like I said, there are more array methods, but I'm not going to be talking about all of them with you guys. So that's all I have for you guys for this tutorial. And next tutorial, we're probably going to be talking more about arrays, but I promise we're done with array methods for now. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys? It is Bucky, and welcome to your 33rd JavaScript tutorial. And in this tutorial, we're going to be going over how to add array elements using a loop. Now, we're going to be learning this for a couple of reasons. First of all, whenever you're working in web design in JavaScript, it's a cool little technique that is definitely going to come in handy. And aside from that, it kind of takes the things that we learned already and combines them into a cool little mini program. So before I get into that, I'm going to be using something called the prompt, and I can't remember if I taught you guys prompt in this JavaScript series or the last JavaScript series, but if I already taught this to you guys and you already know what it means, I apologize, but I just want to go over it anyway. So basically what a prompt is it's a lot similar to an alert box. The only difference is the user can enter text in a little text box, and with the text that they entered, say they entered their name Bucky or something, you can take that name and set it equal to a variable. So it pretty much is an easy way to allow the user to create their own variables. So let me show you guys exactly what I'm talking about. Go ahead and make a variable. I'm going to name mine pi or whatever, and set it equal to prompt. This is a built-in JavaScript function, so no need to create it yourself later on. And prompt takes two parameters. The first parameter is something like enter your name. The first parameter is gonna basically give them a little dialogue. Like if you had a prompt that you want them to enter in your name, you would be like enter your name. If you want a prompt, say pick a number, you would write pick a number. You'll see later on where this appears on the text box. And the second parameter is what appears in the text box by default. Now we don't want anything to appear in text box by default, so we're just going to leave this blank, but you need to put those empty double quotation marks. So now whatever they enter in this text box or the prompt box that pops up, it's going to be stored in the variable pi. So now what we can do is we can print out that variable using how we already know document write. So document dot write, and we'll write like hello and then just write the name pi. So let's go ahead and save this and see what the heck I'm talking about. So here is my prompt box right here. Enter your name, Bucky Roberts. Okay, and now it says hello Bucky Roberts. Simple enough. So like I said, it's basically a prompt box that gives the user a dialogue such as enter your name, and by default, if you leave the second parameter empty, just double quotation marks, nothing's going to appear in here. But you can put something in there by default like enter text here. That's like one of the common techniques. But anyways, I just wanted to show you guys what a prompt box was so you guys aren't lost whenever I teach you guys this new technique. So anyways, the technique I'm going to teach you guys is how to add elements to an array using a for loop. So let's go ahead and make an array called crap and set it equal to new array, and let's go ahead and give it a size of like 3 elements already. So right now our array is empty. We don't have any elements in it. So let's go ahead and make a loop that runs 3 times. So in order to do that, go ahead and your parameters are this. I equals 0. It's going to start at 0 and then go I is less than 3. So then whenever we increment it by 1 using I++, this is going to run 3 times. Again, you might think 0, 1, 2, 3. That's 4 times. But notice that this is I is less than 3. So when it gets to 3, it doesn't run. It's only going to run on this. 0, 1, and 2. So if you count those up, it's 3 times. So now we know that I is going to be equal to 0 the first time, 1 the second time, and 2 the third time. So now we can use that to our advantage because remember, whenever we're creating an array, array indexes start at 0. So then again, what am I saying? Then whenever we create our array, we can just go ahead and stick I in here. And now it's going to run 3 times. First, it's going to say crap 0. The second time it runs, it's going to be crap 1. And the third time, it's going to be crap 2. Those are the 3 elements that we need to, to fill our array. So let's go ahead and we can just add elements in here like hey now, or baked beans or whatever we want, but we want the user to enter these elements. So in order to do that, here is where we use that technique we just learned called the prompt box, just like that. So let's go ahead and give them something like add something to the array. Why hit caps lock? I don't know, but F it, I'm keeping it. And then we don't want to put anything in there by default because that would just be dumb. So now what's going to happen is this prompt box is going to pop up 3 times. The first time it's going to say add something to the array. You're going to type something in and it's going to add it to the array index 0. The next time you type something, it's going to add it to array index 1. And the last time, it's going to add something to array index 2. So now we have a populated array, and then we can just do something with it like print it out on the screen, like document dot write, and just go ahead and write something like crap 0 plus crap 1 plus crap 2. So let's go ahead and save this, and I got a feeling something's going to happen here. Oh, check it out. It worked perfectly. I thought that this was going to appear over here off the screen, but game time. So it says add something to the array. Now we're going to add something like baked. Actually, let's add something like beans. And then we press OK, and that beans right now is stored in array 0. So now it runs through the loop again, add something to the array, and add something like candy. So we press OK, and now candy is stored in array 1. And now this is the last time it's going to run. It just says add something to the array, and we add something like dogs. And press OK, and when we press OK, that's going to be stored in crap 2. So now we have beans in 0, candy in 1, dogs in 2. So then whenever we printed out 0, 1, and 2, it printed out our filled array. So that's pretty cool, and I know I could have probably added some spaces there or maybe some line breaks, but again, this is just a quick example showing you how to have the user populate an array using a for loop. So if you understood that, then you got the main idea of 1, why an array is useful, and 2, why loops are useful. And there are a lot of different techniques that you can use using an array and loops, and not only entering information, but they're also really useful when printing out information. So again, the most common technique that I want to stress is this: use the array index as the counter. So that is a very popular technique. So once you get the hang of that, you take your array skills to a whole new level. So for now, thank you guys for watching. Hopefully you understand what a prompt is and also how to loop through arrays using a for loop. So lastly, thank you guys for watching one more time. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you guys later. What is going on, guys? Welcome back to your 34th JavaScript tutorial, and this tutorial is probably going to be pretty quick because I only have one small thing to talk about, but it's a really cool technique and the easiest technique for printing out an array, so you definitely want to pay attention. So let's go ahead and first create an array. I'm just going to name it stuff, why the heck not, and new array. Let's just go ahead and create it right in here, and go ahead and type like 5 random words like apples, pears, let's see, bacon, tuna, and ham. Simple enough. And actually, that looks like my grocery list. So, anyways, we have an array called stuff, and it consists of 5 elements. The first thing that people like to do before they just go ahead and print it out is you probably want to sort this in some kind of order, and might as well just use the sort method and it'll sort it in alphabetical order. So go ahead and take stuff and use the sort method, and now what this does is it sorts the array stuff. So now whenever we print it out, it's going to be in a nice, neat alphabetical order. So we're saying, alright, let's just go ahead and print out this array using, the technique we learned before. We go ahead and make a for loop, and then we go ahead and set I equal to 0, and then we go ahead and set I is less than, and then we go ahead and count the elements. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we can go ahead and set I is less than 5, and this is going to loop through it 5 times. Simple enough. But a better technique is this. Say later on you might add an element to your array or take an element out of your array, so the array size might change from 5 to 4, or make go from like 5 to 7 or something. Well, then we would have to change our for loop, and things might get confusing. So a better technique is this. Whenever you start at 0, your second parameter can just be I is less than the length of that array. So now, later on, if you were to change the size of this array, you wouldn't have to change this variable. This variable would automatically know to count however many items are in your array. So I'll show you guys that later on, but now, again, go ahead and increment it by 1 and we'll be good to go. So now all we have to do is tab and document.write, write anything you want out on the screen. So using that technique we learned in the last tutorial, if we just go ahead and put our array and use I as the index, it's going to work perfectly, since it's going to start at 0 and go all the way to 4. And since there are 5 elements in our array, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, that's going to give us our 5 indexes as I, and it's going to work perfectly. So we can print it out like this, but it might appear a little jumbled. So I'm going to go ahead and add a line break using that right there. So now each item in our array will appear on a new line whenever we print it out on our web page. So let's go ahead and save this, launch in Chrome, and check it out. Our array, which was jumbled before, is now sorted in alphabetical order, and we also printed out nice and neat on each line. So go ahead and let me show you guys the benefit of this. So now let's go ahead and delete bacon or something. And now we only have 4 elements in our array. So before, where we would have to change this variable, it's going to recount it, and it's automatically going to know that your length of the array has changed. So no need to change a variable here. Well, whenever we save it and refresh it, our program is going to continue to work fine. So the technique I want to teach you guys in this tutorial was basically, instead of a number here, which would be the size of your array, you can just use this length property, and what this does is it automatically counts however many elements are in your array, so you don't have to worry about what number appears there. It's going to do all the dirty work for you, and this is really useful when you have an array like of 800 elements or something, so you don't have to count them every time. And aside from that, I just want to show you guys how you can use that index in the for loop to plug that in as the array index and loop through an array really easily and simply. So this is definitely combining this technique I taught you in this tutorial and the last technique. We learned basically how to use for loops and arrays to just build programs that work so easily together. So don't forget these techniques, because they are definitely going to come in handy later on. So for now, that's all I have for you guys. But yeah, I don't know what I'm going to be teaching in the next tutorial, but it's going to be pretty cool. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to sub, and I will see you next tutorial. What's up, guys? Welcome to your 35th JavaScript tutorial, and in this tutorial I'm going to teach you guys how to use something called an associative array. Now, it's kind of different than the arrays we've been learning before for one main reason. Instead of using array index numbers to access the elements in our array, we can use strings of characters instead. So basically words instead of numbers. So let's go ahead and let me show you guys an example, because if I try to explain it, it'll just confuse you. If I show you guys an example, it'll make it really easy to see what's going on. So I'm going to make an array called Bucky, and I'm going to set this equal to new array. Let's just go ahead and leave it blank for now. Now, like I said, before we learned that you can make an array using index numbers like this. But what an associative array does is it allows you to use strings of characters such as the word color, and this basically what associative array is. It associates a word with another variable instead of a number. So now we can set Bucky color equal to Bucky's favorite color, which is blue. It's actually a tie for blue and white, but you know, I'll use blue. It's shorter to type. So aside from that, we can add other elements to the Bucky array. So instead of, 0 or 1 or 2, we can make Bucky array index food, and this might be equal to my favorite food, which is Hot Pockets or mac and cheese. It's a tie, but might as well throw Hot Pockets in there. So now, as you can see, basically all an associative array is instead of numbers like 0, 1, 2, you can replace it with characters such as color, food, name, hair color, and how you access this is the exact same. So now we can go ahead and make document write and do something stupid like Bucky's favorite food is, and then just go ahead and add a plus. And now, again, like I said, to access any element in the array, you write the name of your array, and then you write the index, which is either food or color, right here. So this is going to print out Bucky's favorite food is Hot Pockets. Hopefully, as long as I didn't mess anything up. So I'll launch it in Chrome and refresh it. And actually, I need a semicolon instead of a colon there. And now I get Bucky's favorite food is Hot Pockets. So let's take a look at one more quick example and just throw color right in there. So now we have an array Bucky that has two elements in it. Bucky color, which is equal to blue, and Bucky food, which is equal to Hot Pockets. So now it's going to say Bucky's favorite food is blue, which makes absolutely no sense whatsoever, but hey, at least it works. So check it out. Bucky's favorite food is blue. Maybe I'm talking about those kablooies, because whenever I was in 5th grade, I ate these things called kablooies. They're pretty much a jawbreaker, but they dyed your mouth blue, which, why would you want your mouth dyed blue? I don't know, about I was in 5th grade and I absolutely loved it. So anyways, that is what an associative array is. It's really simple. It's just a little bit different than the arrays that we've been learning before. So anyways, now you know the concepts of an associative array. And by the way, let me mention this. Whenever you're working with arrays and building programs later on, like calculators and looking at data and stuff, you don't really use associative arrays as much as you use the other type of array, but they're always nice to know if you ever come across it. So anyways, that's all I have to say. In the next tutorials, we're going to be stepping away from arrays and going into another topic. So for now, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and yeah, I'll see you guys later. Welcome back, guys, to your 35th JavaScript tutorial. And in this tutorial, actually I think it's the 36th tutorial. Anyways, in this tutorial, I'm going to be going over the math object. Now, just like the array object we saw in the last few tutorials, the array object had built-in properties such as length, and it also had built-in methods such as sort and push, pop. So aside from the array objects, that's one of the built-in objects in JavaScript, you also have something called the math object. So this is really useful whenever you're making like a calculator or a program that does calculations on any kinds of numbers. The math object has built-in properties, and these properties are most often mathematical values such as pi, Euler's constant, and let's go ahead and, actually enough of me talking, let's go ahead and take a look at some of those properties right now, like document write, and let's go ahead and write one of the properties such as math.pi. Now pi is going to be like 3.14159.26535. So in order to save us the trouble of having to write out that number every time, what we can do is we can just go ahead and save it and check it out. JavaScript already stores the value of pi, so anytime you want to use pi whenever calculating the area of a circle or something, you don't have to go Google the value of pi and set it equal to a variable. JavaScript already stores it as a property of that math object to give you very easy access to it. So that's one of the beauties of the properties of your math object. Another one is Euler's constant, and Euler's of course begins with the E because they decided on the spelling of that. And that is this again. So the properties of the math objects in JavaScript are basically just values that have mathematical meaning. So you're saying, all right, that's pretty cool. I don't have to go Google the number every time. But aside from that, the math object is useful for some of its methods as well, such as in order to find the square root of a number, yeah, we could go ahead and make a function for it, but a lot of these easy, simple mathematical functions are already built into JavaScript. So, such as finding the square root of a number, or whenever we're doing like 5 to the third power, there's a there's a method for that already. And if we wanted to make a function for rounding up or rounding down, we could use a built-in math method for that as well. So let's go ahead and make a program that allows the user to enter a number, and it calculates the square root of that number. So again, like I said, we can go ahead and create our own function for finding the square root, but why do that when we can use one of JavaScript's built-in math object methods? So let's go ahead and make a variable and set it equal to n, and this will be equal to the number that the user enters. And in order to do that, we need to give them a prompt box, aka a space to enter a number. And we'll give them a real simple prompt like enter a number, and by default we'll set it equal to nothing at all. So now we need another variable to store the answer of that. So the math object is going to calculate it, and we're going to store the answer in a variable called answer. So now, in order to use this math object that square roots a number, you do this. Write the math object, use a dot separator, and the name of the method is this, sqrt. Now the parameter is what number do you want to square root? Well, they already entered a number and it's going to be stored in the variable n, so just go ahead and stick that number in there. Say they entered 81. What this is going to do is it's going to take the square root of 81, which is 9, and it's going to store that 9 in the variable answer. So now all we have to do is print out their answer. So we can, document write it, but let's go ahead and make an alert box because we already have a prompt box that pops up. An alert box would, make the feel of the program a little more natural. So now let's just go ahead and write something like the square root of, and now we would just go ahead and write n since that was the original number. Then just go ahead and write like is answer. So now it's going to, well, let me go ahead and run it and then I'll talk you guys through it one more time. So it's going to say enter a number and just go ahead and type in like 16, press OK, and it's going to say the square root of 16 is 4. Simple enough. Let's give it a harder one to, make sure it's running correctly. Enter number 144. Okay, the square root of 144 is 12. Working perfect. So basically, the program works like this. You give it a prompt box, and the user enters a number such as 144. Now 144 is stored in the variable n. So it takes that value of 144, finds the square root of it using this built-in square root method, and it stores the answer, which is 12, in the variable answer. And then last but not least, it just says the square root of 144 is 12. There you go. So as you can see, using this little, 8 characters of code and whatnot is a lot more simple than having to write our own square root function and then calling our function and then making sure that they, enter the right values and yada yada yada. A lot of these functions are already built into JavaScript, so why am I telling you this? I just want to save you guys the trouble of having to write your own functions all the time, because if you're saying, what, this is really common function, I bet JavaScript already has this built in, chances are it does. So that is why the math function, or excuse me, the math object is useful, not only when working with math constants, but also simple math methods. And if you want a list of the math methods, just go ahead and look online. They have a huge list of them. They're probably, I want to guess, like 30 or so. But anyways, enough of me talking. that is all I'm going over for the math object. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next tutorial. What is going on, guys? It is Bucky, and welcome to your 37th JavaScript tutorial. And in this tutorial, I want to go over something called the date object. Now, the date object is a really useful built-in object whenever you're working with the date and the time. So what it does is whenever you create a date object, it goes ahead and it grabs the current date, which is in this case 3/31/2011, and it also grabs the current time, which is 3:21 p.m. So let's go ahead, and before I get into the date object even more, I want to show you guys a special function that we're going to be using, and that's called the set interval function. So what the set interval function does is someone's texting me. Hold on. Let me see who it is. Some girl's macking on me. Sorry, girl, you're going to have to wait. I'm doing a tutorial. So anyways, what the set interval function does is it runs a function however much time you want to increment it by. So for example, you can run a function every second or every 5 seconds. So this is really hard to explain, so I'm just going to show you guys an example. So function, we'll just name it like do something, and what this function is going to do is just print something out on the screen. So document write, and just go ahead and write like tuna on the screen or something. Tune key, who the heck cares? So set interval takes two parameters. The first parameter it takes is what function do you want to run? Well, I'm just going to run that do something and make sure, there we go, it's the right one. Make sure I didn't have any typos. And the second parameter is the increment you want to run it in, and this is in milliseconds. So if you write 1000 milliseconds, that means 1 second. So now what's going to happen is this: you're going to have your function called do something, and all this does is print something out on the screen, and you're going to say run this function every 1 second. So now if you go ahead and launch this in Chrome, it's going to say tuna, 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 tuna every single second. So that's a pretty cool function. Again, that's called the set interval function, and the reason I want to explain it to you guys is because we're going to be using it in the program we're going to be building right now. So anyways, the program I'm going to be making is this. I'm going to be making a basic clock, and what this clock is going to do is each second it's going to give you what time it is. So it's going to say 3:23, 3:23 1 second, 3:23 2 seconds, 3:23 3 seconds. So it's not going to be formatted nicely, and it's not going to be real pretty because I only have like 7 more minutes to make it. But I'm just going to try to explain to you guys what the date object is and how the date object is useful whenever you create things like clocks. So the first thing that we're going to be needing is a function that we're going to be calling every second. So go ahead and make a function, and I'm going to name mine print time, because all this is going to do is print the timeout on your computer. Oh, got a hairball. Print the timeout on your computer screen. So go ahead and make a variable called now, and in order to make a new date object, go ahead and press new date with empty parentheses. And what this does is it's going to go ahead and grab the current time of day and also the date and store it in a variable called now. So now that variable called now holds the current date and the current time. So it holds a lot of information, but we want to access certain pieces of information such as the hours, the minutes, and the current seconds. And what we're going to be doing with this information is just printing it out. So let's go ahead and make a couple variables. Variables hours is going to be equal to now, which is the date object, and the method to get the hours in that date object is get hours. So for example, right now, like I said, it's 3:24 p.m. So it's gonna get the number 15 because 15 is the number of hours in military time of 3 o'clock. The reason it doesn't grab 3 even though it's 3:24 p.m. is because if it just spit out the number 3, you wouldn't know if it was 3 a.m. or 3 p.m. So that's why it whoever made JavaScript decided to get it in military time. So this is gonna have 15 stored in the variable hours, which is equal to 3 o'clock. So now let's go ahead and make the variable minutes, which is equal to now.get minutes. And like I said, right now the current time is 3:25. So now this variable is going to be equal to 25. Pretty cool, huh? And last but not least, you can probably guess what I'm going to do now. Variable seconds equals now get seconds. So this is the number that's going to be changing on our screen every time. It's going to be like 15, 16, 17, 18. And it's going to print out a new second every time, since every second it's going to be grabbing all that information, and the seconds is going to be changing every time we print it out. So basically all these variables are grabbing the current hours, the current minutes, and the current seconds. Simple enough. So now all we have to do is print it out on the screen. So document dot write, and let me just go ahead and write it in a hours plus colon plus mins plus colon plus seconds. And after seconds, I'm just going to add a line break, because what we could do is make this appear on the same line, but I'm just going to make the new time appear on the new line every time, since I don't have that much time to make a, pretty looking alarm clock. So I think this is good. So what this is going to do is it's going to print out 15, 26, 30, 15, 26, 31, 15, 26, 32, so on and so forth. So let's go ahead and check it out. We now have a function that prints out the current time, but now we have to use that set interval function that we learned before to call this function every 1 second. So again, like I said, it takes two parameters. The first parameter is print time, or in other words, what function do we want to call, and the second parameter is how often do we want to call it. 1000 milliseconds, aka we want to call this function every 1 second. So now let's go ahead and save it and launch in Chrome. And I got a typo somewhere, so hold on, I'll find it for you. Alright guys, I found my error. I accidentally typed get menus instead of get minutes. So now that I threw the T in there, it actually should work now. So let's go ahead and launch in Chrome. There we go. 15, 29, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54. So every second it calls that function. And again, like I said, I could have formatted this nicely so it maybe would have said 3 o'clock instead of military time, and maybe I could have put it on the same line of having it instead of having it appear on a different line every time. But hey, I only have like 10 minutes to make these tutorials, so that's what you get. So basically what I want to show you guys in this tutorial is we can use the set interval function, which is a built-in function in JavaScript, to call one of our functions in a certain time increment, in this case every second. So in this example, every second it called our function print time, and all print time does is it uses that date object to store the current time of day in the variable now. And what we did is there are a bunch of different informations in that object. 3 of them are get hours, get minutes, and get seconds. We use those pieces of information to make a very simple clock on our website. Again, the date object has a lot of different methods that are associated with it. If I went through all the methods, then it would take an awful lot of time, and I don't have that much time in these tutorials. It'll take like 20 tutorials to teach you guys of all the different methods, but if you want to learn those methods, go to the JavaScript website, whatever the heck it is, and you can check them out. But anyways, whenever you're working with dates, such as building a calendar, or times, such as building an alarm clock, this is the object that you need to use, and this is how you create it right here. So hopefully you guys learned the concepts of set interval and also how to use the date object for something in a kind of useful program. So for now, that's all I have for you guys. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you guys next video. What is going on, guys? It's Bucky, and welcome to your 38th JavaScript tutorial. And in this tutorial, I'm going to begin talking about JavaScript and forms. Now, one of the reasons why JavaScript is so popular today in web design is because it has this built-in ability to work perfectly with forms, especially when I talk about verifying data. For example, if you had a form on your website and you wanted the user to enter an email, well, you don't want just them to put in like tuna fish or a bunch of numbers. You want an actual email with an @ sign and a dot for like .com. So you want to be able to verify this data, and that's where JavaScript comes in handy. So again, sometimes people learn JavaScript only for form validation, so that shows you how big a part of JavaScript and forms go together. So if you're ever reading a JavaScript book, they devote entire chapters to JavaScript and forms. So enough of me talking, let me just show you guys a quick example. So in order to start, I basically want to tell you this. Whenever you add I'm not talking about JavaScript now, just basic XHTML. Whenever you add a form to your web page, in JavaScript, it creates a form object automatically. You don't have to, go through var x new form equals yada 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 yada. JavaScript automatically creates a form object, and all we need to do is learn how to access the information in that form. So what I'm going to be doing in this tutorial is creating a basic form using XHTML, and then we're just going to be, accessing it, and I don't know, maybe print out a property or something. So let's go ahead and make a basic form in XHTML. Since this isn't JavaScript, make sure it's outside your script tags. This is just basic XHTML, HTML, whatever you want to call it. So form, and let's go ahead and add 3 elements. Username, and this is just an input. And again, if you don't know what I'm doing right here, go and watch my XHTML tutorials, and I'll tell you guys all about it. So anyways, I'm just going to make a simple text box first, and then I'm going to make, to be honest, you don't have to copy my form exactly. Just go ahead and make any form you want with some elements in it. I just want something to work with on the screen. So make another password box, and then go ahead and make a submit button. So input type equals submit, value equals submit. So now if we go ahead and print this out, we should have a basic form with your username, a password, and a submit button. So we have a website with a basic plain old form on it. Easy enough. So in this tutorial, like I said, I just want to show you guys how to access this form in, JavaScript language. So before I start typing, let me tell you guys this. JavaScript has a very unique way of identifying forms on your web page. It identifies them, first of all, it puts them all into a form array. So if you had a website with 8 different forms in it, it would have 8 different elements in that form array. And again, like I said, you don't need to create this explicitly. Whenever you have forms on your web page, JavaScript sees that and it creates your array for you automatically. So if you're saying, alright, we know that it automatically created an array object already, and it created that form array, but how do I access this form right here? Well, just like anything else in arrays, JavaScript numbers each object in your array. So the first form, say you had like 3 different forms on your web page. The first form would be form 0, array index 0. The second form would be form 1. The third form would be form 2. So as you can see, the more forms you have on your web page, the more elements in the array, and that's how you access them. So again, since we only have one form, and I'll basically only be working with one form in these examples, we're going to access that using forms 0, since remember 0 in arrays are the first element in the array. So let's go ahead and one of the properties in forms, this forms object, is length. And the length of a form is basically how many items do you have in it. Well, we have one input right here, one input box, another input box right here, and a button right here. So this form has 3 elements in it. So if we were to print out the length of this form, it would be 3. So let's go ahead and show you guys how to do that. Just go ahead and we'll set it equal to the variable x. Why not? And in order to access the form, you write document dot forms and whatever form you want to access. And like I said, since this is the one and only form, this is going to be form 0. If you wanted to access the 5th form, say you had 5 forms, it would be form 4, because 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, the 4th item in your array, or excuse me, 4th index would be form 5. So easy enough. This is form 0 since it's the first one. So again, your document, which is basically your web page, has an array object that's built in already called forms. Now that forms array object has a built-in property called length. And that length property, like I said, is how many elements are in your form. 1, 2, 3. So now we have the variable 3 stored in x. So now let's just go ahead and print that out to verify it. Document dot write x. So now whenever we refresh and load our web page, we should get that form still, but under it, we should have a nice, pretty little 3 right here. And let me go ahead and take one of these elements out, take this password out, and just refresh it, just to show you guys that indeed it changes to 2 because now there are only 2 elements, the input box and the submit button. So that is the basics of how you access different forms in JavaScript. Again, the form is part of the document. The document is basically your web page body itself. Now that body has an object called forms, and it's a built-in forms array. So that's how we access that using document.forms. Now this forms has a property that's the length. So that's why we had to access that using .length. So again, what you want to take away from this tutorial is this. Whenever you have a lot of different forms on your web page, you need to identify them using your built-in array object, and that's called forms. And in order to differentiate between different forms, you need to say what form you're looking at. And each form has a built-in property called length, and that is of course how many elements are in your form. And then what we did is we just counted the elements and printed it out on the screen. So now that you know how to identify your forms, and again, with these tutorials, we're going to be working with form 0 basically all the time. We're never going to have more than one form, and you typically don't. But anyways, I just want to go over that. So anyways, that's all I'm going to talk to you guys about for this tutorial. It's getting kind of lengthy, but thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you next video. What's up guys, it's Bucky here, and welcome to your 39th JavaScript tutorial. And in the last tutorial, I taught you guys how to access and differentiate between different forms on your web page. But now, in this tutorial, since we already have access to each form, I'm going to show you how to access each element in those forms. So let's go ahead and create a form, but I didn't want to keep the old one from last time because I want to make it a little bit different. So as we know from our XHTML tutorials, hopefully you watch those, each form can have a property called name. And I'm just going to set this form equal to Bucky's form. Simple enough. So now if we go ahead and end it, we can begin adding our elements. So let's, just like before, add a username, a password, and a submit button. So the username, all we need to do is just like last time, we'll just make an input box. So input type equals text, and let's go ahead and add a name to this too. So name equals user's name. Simple enough. So now if you just go ahead and we won't copy it. So for the password box, it would be input type equals, might as well make it password. I think I made it text in the last tutorial, but that's definitely not secure. So the name equals password. Simple enough. So let me just go ahead and test this right now. Hello, didn't want to look, I got Yahoo. Son of a beach. Launching Chrome. There we go. So now we got a password box and a text box working perfectly. So I might as well add a submit button. I mean, why not? Input type equals submit, value equals submit. Now let's go ahead and save it and refresh again and check it out. We got a perfectly working form. A username, secret password, and a submit button that does nothing at all. Pretty cool, huh? So like I said, in order to access our form itself, let's say we want to set it equal to a variable. We would first write document, since the forms array is an object of the document. So then we would write forms, and since this is our first form on our web page, we would go ahead and identify it by 0, since everything in arrays start at 0. So after that, I told you guys that there is a way to access each element. So for example, if we wanted to access the first element right here, the forms array has a property already built in, and that's the elements array. So elements 0 would give you access to the first element in your form. Elements 1 would give you access to this, and elements 2 would give you access to this. And you're saying, alright, why do I even want access to it, and what's the use of it? What am I going to do with it? Well, typically people want access to, let's say they wanted to verify that the username only consisted of letters and numbers. So when a user logs in your webpage, you don't want them to enter Bucky $, %, at sign, semicolon, semicolon. You want like Bucky 65, Bucky 1492. So this is why you would want access to each element. So for now, since we're not validating any data, all we're going to do with this element is get a property of it, and that's the name. And again, your form has a name called Bucky's form, and each element has a name. This one is username, this one is password, this one we didn't give a name. So now the name of username, since this is the first element in form 0, is going to be equal to the value username. X equals username. So now we just go ahead and document, write this, and if we print out X on the screen and save it and launch in Chrome, check it out. It says username right there. So one more quick example, if we go ahead and access the second one by typing form 0, since it's the first form, second element, and go ahead and save this, and then we go ahead and launch this in Chrome, it says password right there. Pretty cool, huh? So you're saying, alright, simple enough. Whenever I want to access a form, I just write form, whatever number it is, and then whenever I want to access an element, I write element, whatever number it is in the array. But all these arrays are getting pretty confusing, Bucky. Is there something easier that I can do? Yes, there is. Instead of worrying about arrays, you have a different option of accessing your forms and also your elements. Instead of using the forms array, you can just go ahead and use the name of the form itself. And this, I think I got a kennel cough. So anyways, let's just go ahead and copy the name of a form, which is Bucky's form, and instead of form 0, we're just going to go ahead and put Bucky's form in it just like that. So just to verify that it's working so far, let's go ahead and run launching Chrome and check it out. We still get password. Pretty cool. So now we know that we can use the form name instead of using that dumb forms array. A whole lot more simple, or a whole lot simpler. What is it? I don't know. I'll let you decide. So now what we can do is we can treat elements the same array. The same array. Oh, I cracked myself up. The same way. If an element has a name, we no longer have to use that dumb old elements array. We can just go ahead and use the name of it, which is user's name in this case. So let's go ahead and paste this in. And of course, if we're writing code where we wanted to print out the name of an element, I mean the name's right here, so it's going to print out username. Kind of redundant, but anyways, this is just an example. So let's go ahead and launch this in Chrome, and we see in fact we can access that element using the name instead of the array. So anyways, probably printing out the name wasn't the best example, but hey, I did it anyway. So what I want to stress to you guys in this tutorial is in order to access each individual element in the forms array, we can either use the element array, simple enough, element and then the name of whatever element you want to use, or excuse me, the number of whatever element you want to use, or if it has a name, we can use that as well. So for example, we use Bucky's form right there and username right there, and it worked fine. So with those two things, we now have knowledge of how to access any item in our forms, any item in any form on our web page. Pretty cool, huh? So now that we have access to them, we can begin doing things like validating the data, make sure they're filled in, checking whether or not a checkbox is checked, checking whether a radio box is checked, you know, simple stuff like that. So that's what I'm probably going to be covering in the next tutorial, but for now, that's all I have for you guys. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you guys later. What is going on, guys? It's Bucky, and welcome to your 40th tutorial. And in this tutorial, I'm going to show you guys probably the most simple example I've ever showed you, and that is basic form validation. Now what this program is going to do is we're going to have a really simple form. It's probably going to be one checkbox, and whenever we click the submit button, it's going to check whether or not that checkbox is checked. So you're saying, alright, this is how you do validation with checkboxes, but I want to do validation with username and passwords. Well, once you understand the basics behind form validation, you can apply this to every single element. So you don't have to learn it a bunch of different ways. You have to understand this one tutorial, and then you understand the basics of form validation. So, like I said, let's go ahead and start out with a basic form, and I'm going to name mine Bucky's form. And let's go ahead and end it right now. And like I said, we can have a bunch of different elements in here, but for the sake of this tutorial, I'm just going to add one checkbox. So input type equals checkbox, and might as well give it a name. It'll make it easier. Just name it the box. This is the box. Dun 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 dun. And now we need some kind of submit button, because whenever we're calling our function later on, and we needed some way to submit the form. That's basically all I'm saying. So input type equals button, and might as well give it a value of something like press me. That's the text that's going to appear on the button. And now let's go ahead and use our on click attribute. And remember, whatever code we type in here, like validator, this is the JavaScript function that's going to be called whenever we click our button. So let's go ahead and save this and run and launch in Chrome what we got now. So whenever we click our button, nothing happens because we didn't type any JavaScript yet. But whenever we create our validator function, we're going to create our validator function to check whether or not this checkbox is checked. So right now it doesn't do anything, but we're going to change that right now. So I'm going to go ahead, and since this is just a function, I'm going to go ahead and add it in the head of my website. Why not? I like to add all my functions there. So again, this is named validator, so that's what we need to call our function. Function, and actually I might as well just copy that to ensure that we don't have any typos. And it's going to take no parameters. And check it out. Whenever we call our function, we need to check whether or not our checkbox is checked or not. And we can do that with a basic if-else statement. So if, and the condition we want to test is this checkbox checked? So first we need access to that checkbox. In order to do that, document dot the name of your form, which is Bucky's form, and let me just double click that, make sure, whoa, not Bucky's forum, Bucky's form, there we go. That's why I double click it. Make sure they both light up. So Bucky's form, and now we need to access the element, the checkbox. And we gave it a name, the box, so we can easily access it. And the property to see if it's checked or not is checked. Now this is going to be true if it's checked and false if it's not checked. So let me go ahead and launch in Chrome. See, right now it would be true since it's checked. And right now it would be false since it's not checked. So if it is checked, what bit of code do we want to run? Well, let's just go ahead and make an alert box pop up on the screen that says, you know, something stupid like, yep, it's checked with exclamation point. And now if it's not checked, it's going to be false. So under our else, let's just go ahead and alert something even dumber like, you better check that, Hoss. Nah, I don't like that because they both start with Y, and let's just write, no, it's not checked. Exclamation point. So save this, and let me run this, and then I'll talk you guys through it one more time. Launch in Chrome. So let's go ahead and check it and press it, and it says, yes, it's checked. Cool enough. Now let's go ahead and uncheck it, press it again, and it says, no, it's not checked. Okay, pretty cool. It's working perfectly. So basically, here is what we did. We went ahead and we created a form called Bucky's form, and we added a checkbox to it. And whenever we click the button, we told JavaScript to call this validator function. Well, then we went ahead and we made the validator function, and all this function did is it said, alright, whenever you click this button, I'm going to check if the checkbox is checked. If it is, I'm going to run this bit of code. If it's not, I'm going to run this bit of code. So that's why whenever you ran it and it was checked, it says, yes, it's checked. And whenever it was unchecked, it said, no, it's not checked. Pretty cool, huh? So that is the basics of form validation. Again, we only have one other element besides the button on this form, but what people typically do is they make a function to validate all their data. And again, like you see, we validated one piece of data right here, but then you might have another piece of code that says validate another checkbox or validate a text box or a password field. So with that being said, this is how we use a bunch of different, or excuse me, this is the basics of form validation and how to create a function to validate all the data in your form. So that's all I have for you guys in this tutorial. Again, pretty clear and simple, the basics of form validation. You pretty much make your form, use a function to validate the data by accessing each element in the form. Simple enough. So now that I covered that, I don't know what I'm going to be covering in the next tutorial, but trust me, it's going to be amazing. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to, I don't know, don't forget to brush your teeth. I'll see you in the next tutorial.